And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate it. And I was going to do this a little bit earlier, but like about 20 minutes earlier. But basically, I did a short and also was getting some stuff done, but anyway, we're here now, and also basically I'll be talking about some things that have been going on, and I'll be playing the game. And here we go. I'll be switching over to the window now. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Alien stream, and I hope all of you have been having a great week. We'll be talking about some eclectic topics, and also things with aliens and news and stuff like that. And tomorrow I'll be going live around Friday in the evening, around 7, and I will be doing stuff with the stream. With that, I'll be talking about the trials now, but I'll also, this is like a pre-stream, but I'll certainly be talking about the trials afterwards. Like, so the stream tomorrow, I'll be talking about the trials for those people that will come in, so nobody misses anything. Okay. All right. Here we go. Hello, Shelly. I am glad to see you. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. And also now I'll be starting up the game, and we'll see how that goes. And Shelly, I know why you weren't able to comment on it. See, other users have told me they weren't able to comment on shorts. So the type of moderator I made, some of you were managing moderators. It's a little bit like they could manage the other moderators that aren't managing moderators for a special group. So like what I mean by that, people I really know and trust well. But so you could comment on the shorts again. I made the regular kind of moderator so you can still be able to comment on the shorts again. So, because other people have complained about it, and I might just make all the people the regular type of moderator because none of them were able to comment on shorts. So that will fix that problem. And Shelly, I'm glad that you're here with us. And as I said, I was going to be here 20 minutes ago, but I did a short about the garden, and I didn't do a live about it because I didn't want to get confused with this live stream that was going to be going on. All right. It is launching. It's about to launch. And today there's a verdict today, and that was very wild. It was very intense. And there's a lot of suspense to it. And I'm getting to you in a moment, Shelly. All right. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I should be able to be heard. Okay. You don't know how to be a moderator. Oh, yeah. So, and I think you'll still be able to comment on the shorts again because you're set to the regular moderator. And like, say if you see somebody trolling in the chat, if you see someone trolling in the chat, you just go and click or press their name, and you have options to time them out or delete them from the chat. Because I think I like to have moderators in here while I'm on, because if I'm not able to get to the trolls right away, it's good to have around. So that's all you do, and I set you to the regular moderator, so I think you'll be able to comment again on the shorts, because a lot of people have been telling me they weren't able to comment on the shorts. So basically what I did was, now seeing that you weren't able to do it, that was the common denominator. Well, I'm supposed to be repairing the ship right now. I can't go and sail at the moment. Right now I am repairing the ship. Okay. It's very windy right now, the weather, and also I hope everybody has been having a good week and a good day. I hope everybody's been having a good day and a good week. And basically, in the Zachary trial, there was a verdict, and I thought it was, we're waiting for a verdict to come in. The jury had some silly questions to ask. If it was malice or not, if the person that stabbed the woman 35 times was really stabbing because they were upset, because they were being spiteful, or were they really being serious about it? So that was something goofy that the jury asked, but it's okay, you know. And also the Rocky trial also. Hello, Amanda. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're here with us in the chat. And Amanda and Shelly, I hope that you both are having a good day. And if you want to talk about what y'all been up to, feel free to. If not, that's all right. And I just did a short. I haven't put it out yet, but I did a short about harvesting some stuff from the garden. That delayed me a little bit because I was going to be on a little bit earlier. It took some time to get it right, but here I am. And also, I will say that I will be repeating this tomorrow. This trial stuff I'll be talking about tomorrow in my stream that I'll be doing. But for y'all that are here, I'll talk about it also. All right. So basically, what I did was, I Zachary was accused of murdering this woman allegedly for some abuse with a child and stuff like that. It was like hearsay, and she was physician, a physician, and she was found, you know, deleted, unalived, and Zachary was the one that did it with another person. Was also involved in this, and he was very cold and calculating about it. And the guy had no emotion to him. And it was 3 hours, and I was updating the other chat room about the verdict because I was in both law and crime chats. The other one's the Seaman trial. I know that sounds kind of funny because her last name is Simenelia, so we call her Seaman. And that one, Monica, she she allegedly murdered, unalived her Fabio, her husband, for another lover, and she's really a piece of trash. So we're watching both of those trials. The day before that, it was like I told Shelly saw that I put a comment on about Rocky, that trial, and he was found not guilty. It was a very big thing, and people had their different opinions about it. and that's fine. It's fine. So that's what we were doing. You know, basically an overview of what I was doing, and also I'll rechat. Thank you. Today was better than the rest of the week. Was very windy though. It's very windy in my neck of the woods right now. And Amanda says, "Nice to meet Shelly." Well, I'm glad that y'all got to meet each other. And I figured out, which I'll say throughout the stream, the reason why some people can't comment on the shorts, it was people that I set to a certain type of moderator, and that manages the other moderators. And so the standard moderator can comment on the shorts, because I want people to be able to comment on the shorts. I thought YouTube was malfunctioning, but it was just some sort of setting. So we're gonna have to go and fix that. Yeah. I see a possum outside. Hello hello Liberty. Good to see you. Welcome. And right now where I am, it's very windy. It's very windy right now. And I hope that you're doing well, Liberty. And as I said, tomorrow I'll be talking about the trial stuff for the audience that isn't here now, but I'll tell you all what I'll be talking about. So about the trial today, where the Zachary verdict came in, the secret murder trial, and that was a really prodigious thing to see. It was really, and the guy has no emotion at all to him, and in the chat we're joking around about it, and I was updating people over in the semen trial because the lady's last name has semen in it. It's a different type of last name, and her name is Monica. So we had that trial going on. So two trials, I was like watching the chats. Yeah, I didn't know about that, Amanda, about the mod not commenting. That's not something that I knew about. And it was not a setting that I did intentionally. I thought that all mods could comment, but there's a certain type of moderator that can't comment on shorts for some reason. But I didn't do it. It was just some YouTube setting I wasn't aware of. So putting y'all as regular moderators, that's how y'all could comment on it. So I did never intended anybody to go through that, because everybody was telling me, people were telling me they couldn't comment on a short. And I'm like, I know, now I know what it is. I didn't know that before. Never my intentions. Okay, Liberty. So this woman named Monica Seminelli is on trial for murdering her husband allegedly, and cheating on him with a lover. So we call her Semen. We say it's the Semen trial. And the ladies in the chat joke about, the semen trial was cooler. And the one of them said that she was going to go get herself some semen in the other trial chat. That's hilarious. So yeah, that's hilarious. But her first name is Monica, and that lady's disgusting looking. Because they were saying that she needs some toothpaste, and I said that she's going to get floss from Amazon or something like that, and then I'm always saying stuff is from Temu. So they said that more like Temu floss. I'm like, you get it, and I started laughing. It was hilarious. Oh, in California. Yeah, it's hilarious. Yeah, yeah, Amanda. So it's in Cal. Okay, the semen trial is in California, and they're even talking about the protests. Whoa, I didn't mean to collide with that ship. The Zachary trial, I don't quite recall at the moment. I saw the Great Seal of the state for hours, but I don't recall that state too much where it is. I have to look it up. Distracted driver. Yes. Yeah, a distracted driver indeed. We're gonna get the spaceship crashed if I'm not focusing on the road. Yeah, so while the protests were going on in California, they were protesting outside the courthouse. So that was something where the two streams collided with each other. Scared. Correct, correct. He was a celebrity hairstylist. Yes, he was very talented. The other day when we're watching the trial, they're deliberating, and all of a sudden it went out, and on, and I'm like, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, so people were asking me what was going on, and I didn't know what was going on. And then one of my friends came in, and OJM, and I haven't seen OJM in a long time. So OJM is a friend of mine who was one of the main characters from the chat group for a long time ago. And he had heart surgery, and his cat passed away. He's been through some harsh things. And then he came in out of nowhere, and he's been sporadically there. And he told me that he didn't know what happened exactly. No, I was telling him that we didn't really know what was going on, and he was saying that the Kathy Roosin, the director, like one of the directors of the company of the trial group, would know about what's going on, and he tweeted them that the trial was stopped up because we were watching the deliberations, and all of a sudden it stopped, and I didn't really know what was going on. This my friend comes out of nowhere, my long lost friend comes out of nowhere. He tweets them, and they end the stream because it was over with for the day, but they weren't really monitoring it, so they didn't really do anything. So that was pretty cool to see that my buddy in the chat. It was nice having him help out. Exactly, Liberty. It's a different type of Fabio. His name was Fabio, right? Yeah, so he was a hairstylist, and he was very talented, and you had this situation where the wife, she was cheating on him, and she was acting like she wasn't with the person, but you could see the coordinates that she was with the person she was cheating on with Baker. And it was so like obvious that she did it, and we have to wait to see how that trial goes. Now, Rocky was found innocent, and now we have the other ones that were completely, you know, the Zachary verdict came in today, and as I said, for you that are here, a lot of you do come to the early streams, and I will also repeat about the trials again tomorrow for the people that aren't here now, the ones that are more into earlier streams. Yeah, so Zachary, we're waiting for a verdict for a long time, for about 3 hours. And we found out that, eventually the verdict came back and he was found guilty. And the man had no emotion at all. No emotion at all. And these chats are a lot to keep up with. And I'm very good at multitasking, and I was able to get it done. I mean, so basically with the trial, it was good insight and there's good debates going on. So right now, the Monica Semen, the Seaman trial is the one going on, only one I know of. Rocky's found not guilty, and the other guy was found guilty, Zachary, in the secret murder trial. And I think that was very good of the jury to see that Zachary was guilty, because he was guilty. I mean, because there's this dude had no emotion or anything, but the good thing about him is he did admit to it. In the trial, they'll show you these coordinates. They show you the coordinates of everything. And with the coordinates that were shown, I thought it was very. They'll show you maps, they'll show you call coordinates, and you can just clearly see the evidence is bright as day. Okay, where I watched the trial is called Law and Crime Trials. There's two channels. There's Law and Crime has two channels. It's Law and Crime Network is one of them, but the one right now that we're watching, that one on that you're speaking of, is Law and Crime Trials, the red one. And tell you about that. So basically, my history with trials. I remember back in 2022, I was watching the Johnny Depp trial, and when Independent went out, I went over to their channel, because that's because during the storm, that's the only one that was working. And then there was this Amber Alert, but it was really just a tornado warning. That's what it was. It was a tornado warning. And then with the tornado warning that happened, they were asking me, what Amber Alert was, and we said what an Amber Alert was really just a tornado warning. My friend up there in West Virginia was telling me about. So that was an interesting thing, and then we went to Law and Crime. So, and then I watched Darrell Brooks. Then there's a situation there similar to like other chats that I watch, where they wanted me to go back and chat with them and watch the trials. It was Pam specifically. In the past few years, I've been on there all the time, every day. That's what I do. Besides some other stuff I got to do, but yeah, that's where I'm at, and I'm very well liked there, like the other streams that I met y'all on, and it'll be cool to have y'all there. It's a great community, and I knew the woman that helped this company put it together, the YouTube part of it together. Her name is Addie, and she had her mods, her little team of mods, and there is allegedly the company was sold, and they got rid of her and her mods. Also, there's some other conspiracies that some other stuff was going on, that they thought that she was too controlling. And also, what I did was, I'll get to you in a moment, Liberty. I'll answer your question. What I did was, I I did very good with the the trial chats and it was sad to see her and her mods go away. That she was too controlling, but I thought that adding her mods did a great job. It was unfortunate when they left. There was no mods to mod the chat, so everything went downhill. Shannon went downhill. And also, to answer your question, am I going to be a lawyer or an attorney? You know, all the time that I've been at the all the time that I have been at the trial chat, to answer your question, if I'm going to be a lawyer or something, so basically, my philosophy in life is that I trust in what the tide brings in on a daily basis, and that the dots connecting in my future, it's a type of philosophy that I have. And I was never planning to be a lawyer. My aunt is a lawyer, but I never was planning to be a lawyer. I just did commentary on trials, especially the Johnny Depp trial, and people really liked me there. And I was able to help in the cause of getting people to see that Johnny Depp wasn't the bad guy. And then I went to a law and crime chat and watched the trials, and everybody just loved my commentary and wanted me to stay, and I would not be there. I kind of was not. I was there sporadically. I was there every so often, but people were begging me to come back. So I went there because the people wanted me to come back, and I like the trials. I like watching the trials, just like the other streams that y'all see me on. But as I said, there's a large request to keep on going, and I was learning a lot of information. I learned definitions, I learned terms and stuff, and I learned stuff from attorneys that are in the chat. So no, I was never planning to be a lawyer, and I'm not going to be a lawyer. It was just something that I believe was necessary for me to know in my life for later maybe or something. So it was, and I'm glad that I went there and I learned about the law stuff. So it was just where the tides of life brought me. It's like you're in the ocean, just randomly going to shore. That's where I washed up, and they wanted me to stay there, like the other chats that you see, all see me on. And as I said, I met very brilliant attorneys there. I met brilliant attorneys, and I make them laugh all day long. And I know people that are liberal, conservative, and all kinds of different political views and sexualities and stuff like that. Yes, if you're referring to Koberger, I'm following the Koberger case in Idaho. If you weren't referring to Koberger, you could be more specific, Shelley. But yes, I'm following the Idaho Koberger case. And I always was in Liberty. I always was interested in criminology. Since I was a teenager, when I learned about like what, different criminals and stuff did and detective stuff, I was always interested in those things. So when I was a kid, I did well in criminology. So I always had an interest in it, a knack for it. It's something that I could pursue if I wanted to. I'm more into doing the tech stuff. That's what I've been pursuing more. I just go through with the tide. Oh, that's good, Shelley. I'm glad that you are. Amanda, you would be a good judge, and that's very cool. That's very cool. All right. So, yeah, so basically, I know one of the ladies that's an attorney. Her name's, say, G is her name. And she's in New York, and she worked on Wall Street, and she was also a, she also worked in the World Trade Center even when it collapsed, and she works from home now. And we've had different discussions and things in the trials, and I'm very honored and glad to meet her. I know, and also Capri Law. If y'all seen her in chat, Capri Law is an attorney. she did a lot of things. She had a hair salon. She did a lot of stuff, and I like being around these very brilliant people. And y'all are brilliant people too. Also, I just these brilliant attorneys are very cool to talk to. It's very interesting. So y'all are brilliant. I'm being serious. I'm not trying to like butter y'all up or anything. Y'all are brilliant in this chat. Is on YouTube. I was very specific when I chose different people. Like y'all that are here, I asked everybody in this chat right now. I asked y'all to come to my channel because I selected y'all to come. And there's I if I could select the millions of other people that I have in the other channels, which I'm not exaggerating about millions. It takes a lot of time to bring everybody here. The people are screened before I screen people. Like I do a checks on them and how they are before I bring them here. So they could have a high quality conversation. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. All right. Liberty says I wanted to be an FBI but was discouraged by parents. Sadly, I'm too old now. Oh. Well, understood, and I will take your experience as a lesson learned, and I will, in my own life, will remember that story and to follow my heart to do what I want to do. So it was not in vain. And always in the chats that I see you in, I love the insight you give. And that's something that you have been very talented at. You know, and I view things, and some of my family is like, a lot of my family are very supportive of me and understand what I'm doing and support what I'm doing. Some people think that I'm kind of nuts, and like I'll spend all day long at these trials. And it's like the reason why I did it, because like what I like Steve Jobs and the different tech entrepreneurs. I really researched them, and he said a lot of things that inspired me, and I say it all the time, like a broken record. I just that really his ideas, a lot of other ideas from people too, but his ideas really like tainted me to the core. Like every day you wake up, ask yourself, if it's the last day of your life, would you do the thing that you're about to do? And that helps you figure out the really important questions in life. So if like it was the last day of my life, I'm going to go to this live stream and talk to these people. And like the live streams I see you on Liberty and the other ones, that's why I do it, because it's like, and I'm there for people. And a lot of people like me there because these trials really creep out people and make them depressed and traumatized. I'm not tooting my own horn here. I've already buttered up the chat. Now I'm buttering up. Now I'm tooting my own horn. Is that I am. I make people feel better. I help them laugh and get over what's the stressful stuff that's going on. And another thing that Steve Jobs said is that being the richest man in the graveyard didn't matter to him in his quote, but going to bed at night knowing that him and his team create something wonderful, that was the most important thing. And that's why I don't care about the money thing, although it's something that would come later naturally. But I did and made these great products, and I helped these people out and contributed to it. That's really what's important. If I'm on a live stream or doing a YouTube video or something, or being with y'all right now, that's really the most important thing. And thank you, yes. Crazy is fun. Nothing wrong with that. Yes. Absolutely. And one of my friends went to law school, got depressed after losing his mother, and hasn't been able to pass the bar. Okay. I understand. And that could be very rough. And I'm not comparing myself to other people, because that is not something I'm doing. And I pray that your friend can eventually rise above and use that as fuel to keep going. Because it's like if the person passes away, that could be fuel to keep on. They would want that person to succeed, but it can be very hard. It's easier said than done. You know, a lot of this time on YouTube, I can equivalent to getting a if I was able to pick up a car and put it over my head and walk to every city in this country. That's what it was like the YouTube the past nearly 5 years. That's how difficult it was for me mentally to do these things, and it was just very tedious. But I just had to keep going. And Liberty says, I make people feel special on Smoke and Scan. I do. And I really appreciate, shout out to Smoke and Scan, very great channel. Damon, very brilliant man. I've learned a lot of things from him too. I like hearing his life stories. And Gray's Essentials, I'm so glad to see you. From Archego, I can't pronounce it. Arch Orage, Alaska. Been a while since I've caught a stream. I am so glad to see you, buddy. In Gray's Essentials, I met him at Nemo's Dreamscape, I think the channel is called. And it's this dude that makes these live stream of the 50s and these different train, like these different types of scenarios, and we watch it and stuff. And I got him that day. And a lot of you people, it was a period of time until I brought y'all to the channel, but I brought him to the channel that day. On that time period, I got him to the channel. We had a lengthy conversation. I say, you're coming to the spaceship. Anchorage. Thank you, buddy. And Gray's Essentials, him and I were at the train tracks. It looked like a Harry Potter train. It looked like a Harry Potter train station. And also, basically, we were waiting for a train to come, and we're talking about when this train was going to come. And we're just chilling at the train station. It's like a virtual world. And I brought him over to the channel. I'm glad that to this day he's still here. I beamed him up. Yeah. As I was like, he has to come. Like, I just couldn't, let him go. And be a memory. And everybody in this chat room, I collected y'all from different streams. On YouTube, I collect people from different streams. Shelly says, I'm an ex-department correctional worker. I read some horrible files. My job was 969B. Oh, okay. Yes, absolutely, Shelly. You've read some crazy things and saw some stuff. Definitely. Absolutely. Nemo's Dreamscapes. And I recommend Nemo's Dreamscapes. That is a great channel. I recommend y'all watch. And it was a train theme. There's one time there was a Bonnie and Clyde theme. And we in this other group, we were in the back seat. Okay, so this is, a story about that. And I'm going to get to everybody's comments that y'all are talking about as time persists within the stream. As everything is staying up and afloat and it doesn't go out or something. So, basically, this one time I was at Nemo's Dreamscapes, was this theme where it was Bonnie and Clyde, and we were all imagining we're sitting in the back seat, wondering where we're going to be going next. And we're talking about the different hits that we made, and we're just like chilling in the back seat. And one person said they're reading a comic book. The other person said she was texting on her phone. Yeah, we were all just like sitting in the back seat, and the handsome couple was driving. And there's this lady, this older lady, and she's pretty cool. And we were talking about different stuff. I talked to y'all about the cats and stuff and the aliens. And this dude that's in Italy kept on barking at me. Well, I had a good conversation with him, and he said, Alien, you're just trying to talk to all the women. It's like, this lady's not someone I'm dating. This was this nice older lady I'm just having a conversation with. And she came into my channel, and she saw the thing that I was doing, and she commented on my latest video. It was this video that got 1,000 views in one night. It was this sound effects of these gray aliens in the woods. It was very good, and she was just like, she's glad that the aliens don't like cold weather she was saying that she doesn't like the cold weather, and she would not really. She thought she could trust the aliens. I said I wouldn't completely trust all the aliens necessarily, or whatever they are. And also, basically, and these people like to hate on me. It's kind of funny. These people like hate on me. And the lady was very nice, and we were having a conversation about aliens. I'm like an alien minister, where I talk about my alien theories. I spread it all over the world. I had to do it. I felt that I was called from, as a mission to do that. To talk about the aliens and Planet 10 and other stuff. And I did it when I was in school with my friend, and the Lord, I believe, has blessed me and favored me, his best friend, to be able to talk to you all and do this. My friend was concerned about me, what was going to happen to me in life. With the hurricanes and stuff and the relationship I was in, he didn't know how it would affect me. But, I told him that just trusting God would be okay. I'm not in the relationship anymore, but I have all of you. And guess what? We're all here. Beyond wildest imagination. This is crazy. I never even imagined being a streamer ever. People wanted me to be a streamer. People begged me to stream. And I did it. I learned from ABL on his stream. I learned on his stream, live on the call, Anthony Brian Logan. I learned from him, and he taught me how OBS works. And basically what happened was, now here I am. It wasn't, as I said, my story was a little bit unique, and we all have a purpose, and I believe in teamwork. It's not all about me. It's a teamwork. I remember something else I liked about Steve Jobs, that he said that, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. So the logic about that is that I don't know everything, and I like to have a team of people, because I think that success comes from a group. It's not just one thing. Like, for instance, the people that invented the Apple II, that really launched personal computing to where it is now. And I have a Mac, and we all have like iPhones and stuff. Some people have iPhones, some people don't. But and also the Androids too. So shout out to the people that create the Apple II. That was another group that I believe was very important all those years ago. And all the people that contributed to technology and creating computers or transistors, all those people helped us get to where we are now. Yes, Steve Jobs was very cool. The thing about Steve Jobs is he apparently was difficult to work with sometimes, and he could be kind of feisty, apparently, some people said. But the thing is, he didn't put up with nonsense, and he would go off on people sometimes, and they actually fired him from Apple, but then they had to hire him back because the company was going downhill. So I think he was a very brilliant man, and he was cool, but he was very stern, and according to some people, and according to interviews, he could be pretty, but he was a really cool guy though. But he was very, very serious about the work. Very serious about it. But yes, he was cool. He was cool, but he was stern when he needed to be. Yes, I remember that, Gray's Essentials. Yes, I remember that. And also, yes, Liberty, they're very like insectoids. Now, allegedly, the gray aliens like cold weather. From what my friend told me, it was they liked cold weather, but the other aliens do like heat, like the ones from Serpo. I like talking to people about stuff other than looks and shallow stuff of that natural consistency. Constantly. Right, exactly. Right, I agree. And in Liberty, I feel like our society has gone. I feel that our Liberty. I feel our society has really gone downhill. And shout out to shout out to Grays. Hilarious, hilarious. Yeah, Liberty, and I feel our society has been focused more on petty things. And also another thing that Steve Jobs said was about you have to trust in something if it's people, karma, destiny, or God. I'm adding God. He may have said God. I don't know if he said God or not, but you have to trust in the universe, God, destiny, whatever, that the dots in your life will connect in the future. That's like with Law and Crime and Smoke and Skin, all these Nemo's Dreamscapes. I just trusted that everything was going to make sense, everything was going to connect in my future, and I was just going to blindly trust it to just keep on just going here and there and everywhere. And like from the Viking show, Ragnar, the Viking king, you know, he was saying that he never wanted to be a king. It was just the result of other people's actions. And applying that logic is that there's people that like wanted to be something out of ambition or people that want to do stuff. I had ambition to do be on YouTube and have a presence, but a lot of this stuff I never even thought. It was other people that wanted me to do these things also. Yes, Gray's Essential Alien. That would be perfect for you because you could just cone the flying saucer and not vaporize. Edgar the Alchemist on YouTube told me I'm from Andromeda. I remember you were telling me about that. And I'm glad that you see it's like I think you certainly would fit in with that planet. It just your memory must have been wiped when you came to Earth. You know, and when you came here, they must have. So I'm glad that he was the one to tell you where the planet you came from. And also, and I like to look at quotes from different people and thinkers throughout time, and that helped me a lot as I went on throughout my time. And I want to spread to other people. And one of the cases that I was, studying about was about the school shootings. There's the Crumbleys, and the Crumbleys, their kid, did that, and the parents ran away. But the parents are held responsible because people can't be going and shooting up the schools. But the thing with the Crumbleys, the kid was depressed and he was having evil thoughts and stuff, and the parents bought him a pew pew. They bought him a firearm. That's how they neglected him and they ran away from the city after the thing happened and they caught them. Liberty says, I think most are Pleiadians, lesser amount from Andromeda. All right, thank you. Thank you for the information. From what I researched, I believe that's correct. Yeah, Shelly, right. And then I start looking into like the Columbine incident that happened, that shooting, and I looked at a lot about what the two shooters, Dylan and Eric, were like talking about, and people are bullied and stuff. I don't think that the shooting up a place is the answer. People just have to have other ways to express themselves. And their first victim, I've talked about it before to some of you, and her name was Rachel Scott. And she had a journal. She was very religious in Christianity, and she was talking about the. In her journal, she had these philosophies about dealing with bullying and life and stuff like that. And one of the quotes that really stuck out to me that she wrote was about to not let the color that you are be affected by the color that you're surrounded by, but to be the true color that you are and just shine brightly and just be true to what you are. Because there could be all kinds of colors around you, but you don't have to turn into, like, if you're around grayness, you don't have to let that become you. You just be what you are. And that logic applied helps me and many other YouTubers I've talked to about it not be affected by trolls and hearsay and naysayers all over the platform. To just be the color that you are and not let them seep in and corrupt you. And also, mental health is serious in this country. I believe you should face responsibility for your actions. The parents were at least negligent with the Pew Pew purchase. Yeah, exactly, Essentials. Gray Alien Essentials. You're absolutely correct, because, that's not the thing to buy someone if they're trying to do that. And also, Liberty, when I talk about color, I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about the color of your, like, vibe or your aura. That's what I'm talking about. So, and I do believe that the skin color thing is a divide. But what I'm talking about is if someone is a blue flower and you're surrounded by a bunch of gray flowers, don't become a gray flower, but be a blue flower and shine brightly. So I know, and I could, in that quote, I can orchestrate it to fit in with the modern age because that was created back in the 90s. But you all get my point, and I do agree about skin color as a way to divide people. How can we find out our aura color does it change? And in my opinion about aura colors, from my philosophy, in my studying about it, I'll explain. Basically, with that situation, your moods and your emotions influence the aura. The aura is an unseen color that we all give off. So if you feel somebody feels depressed or sad, that could be kind of gray. Somebody feels happy, like the Energizer Bunny, that's like yellow. Somebody's like aggressive, you feel like aggressive, is red. And there's like chakras. This kind of goes into, I'm a Christian, but this goes into the Eastern religions. There's chakras on the spine that give off different colors. And the top where the brain is purple, the crown chakra. And like purple, like say like a real intelligent person is like purple. And everybody gives off these different colors. So that's how you can tell. Now you cannot see your color, but and also it could be something that's unseen. Also, your motives and your intentions and actions can give off an aura. Like, say if somebody's like creepy, for some reason, they're giving off like a darker colored aura. If somebody give off a holy aura, like it kind of like a white or a gold, like a gold color. Somebody give off a friendly color. So those are something that we cannot see, but that is how it could change and stuff. Yes, correct. Liberty, correct. Grays, yes, but we need institutions again, so many don't get help, and families can't handle the level of if it crazy. I believe the First Amendment, but there is a major responsibility in owning any firearm. I agree. And mental illness should be a factor in buying firearms. I agree. And also, Amanda, pink is another color. Like, women usually give off something pink. It's not. I'm gonna rephrase that because that didn't make any sense. Men and women both can give off a pink aura. Like, I kind of give off a pink aura. It kind of means like somebody that's passionate. Like, a passionate color is pink. And it's red and white at the same time. White is all the colors at once, and red is like, so I could give off kind of pink. And usually also ladies give off pink. And also, Amanda, I think that your green and pink, it's similar to what mine is. Mine is like green and pink. And also I dip in the blue and purple also. And there could have been, my friend was very good at depicting auras in people. He had a gift for that. And I learned from him, so what I learned, I'm telling you all. What I learned, I'm telling y'all. Yeah, gold and purple. Yes. Those are good colors. Now, I'll tell you all about the spaceship. The flag of the spaceship, of the alien spaceship, it's purple with a green alien on it. And purple's my favorite color, and that's the color I chose, and it's also a color of royalty. And, like, godliness. And green is another color that I like. And also my friend's favorite color was green. So him and I, the two people that did these alien ideas in one thing, that is also the meaning behind the flag too. And also the green little men. And green and purple are alien themed colors also. Essentials says, I have bipolar autism, ADHD, and minor Tourette's, so my color is connected to a random number generator. Yeah, and people like that are very smart. And also, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. And Liberty says, can you see the aura through just chat? Liberty, I believe you can still sense it through chat, in my opinion, because if you sense an aura off the troll, remember Liberty, the trolls we've seen at Smoke and Scan? They give off something real creepy and weird. You're still feeling the vibes that they have. And also, Gray's Essentials, I kind of rock back and forth sometimes, kind of like stimming. So that's kind of like a spectrum thing that I do. So, and some have thought that I had ADHD. I never I always did what I did, and I personally didn't let any roadblocks let me down. I understand what you're talking about. And also Zero says, "Hey Zero, I'm glad that you came." Zero, I'm glad that you came. Hi y'all, been busy for a bit. Just stop by to say hi. I might be around for not be around for next week, but hopefully I won't be busy after the third anymore. Okay, thank you. Oh, what is Damon? Damon, yes, Grays, I agree. I agree. Yes. All right, Liberty. So Damon, yeah, I think that he's green and blue. He's green and blue. Sometimes he could get kind of pink also. So he could give off maybe it's sometimes a purplish color. Because, like, the weed will make you very calm. And also, he could be very excitable. And that's, like, red or orange. So that's, like, the kind of colors he would give off. Like, sometimes it might be kind of green. Sometimes it might be kind of blue. Like, kind of calm. Other times it might be kind of orange. In my opinion. Does Stinks have an aura? Yeah, in my opinion, I think Stinks, the aura Stinks give off is like green and blue. You know, he's very a very chill cat. He'll give off like a blue vibes, like a calm. Sometimes he's like green, a little bit playful. So those are two colors he would give off. Some cats, like I have, are more orange or yellow. But yeah, Stinks is like green and blue. He's just a chill cat. Like when he's a little playful, but he just likes to chill and sleep. Scared. Grays says my favorite color is blue. Might have a certain tank engine to blame for that. What does blue mean? Blue is calm. That's what blue is. Blue is a very calm color. Like I get blue at night. I just it's very calm and just like mellow. And purple is a very intelligent. I dip into it. And it's like red, like say if I'm like building a project or something and I'm calm, that's purple. And yellow is like hi, go lucky. So like green is yellow, which is like happy go lucky and calm at the same time. And blue is just even like real calm. Now, evil auras, like, and as I said, not by a skin color. It would be very, I think, tedious sometimes to talk about these auras, but I don't really care because people are going to associate with race. All by myself, I got the full pirate level. Wow. Without anybody. Which I appreciate teamwork, but look, all by myself, I got that. Wow. Crazy. Wow. Now, if somebody fearful and non-trusting, let's see. I've been asking Grok 3 so many questions. It's told me I've met the the 25 limit and upgraded 2 in a row. Hilarious, Grace. What is fearful and not trusting? I would say that could be red because that's kind of fearful for your life and non-trusting. It's like a red aura is like being afraid, like you're in a corner about to be unalived or being scared. It's red. Maybe a little bit gray too. Maybe a little bit gray, but mostly red. And a dark aura, a gray aura is black, and blackness is like a void. It's a void of any like emotion. It's like a void. And a lot of people that are like a black aura is a little bit rare. Like very, very twisted, evil people are black auras. Like it's like a serial killer or something. That's what they give off as black. I'm not talking about a skin color. I'm talking about a spiritual thing. Afro Man Express. And also, some people could be gray. So gray is kind of like a voidish thing, not necessarily evil. And white is something good and righteous. It's like a good thing. And all the colors at once. And gray and blackness, it's like gray, you could say something like kind of depressed, or somebody that's like maybe misguided or something, or unsure. That's why God wants us to have faith and not fear, because it would take the dark vibes away from us. Because to be light is to be trusting in God completely. And people that are not religious also can still have light auras too. And that's why, without that, you get into fear, into darkness. That's why the Bible and other religions talk about dark and light stuff. Because they're talking about a spiritual thing. And like people on the streets, like we see, like Liberty, when we look at LA and all those homeless people everywhere, they give off something gray. That whole area gives off something gray. Like that messed up, something's kind of like messed up. It's something gray. A natural disaster would be something gray, or like North Korea is something gray. Communism's gray because it has good intentions, very good intentions, but it actually makes something evil out of it. So it's like blackness. It's like it's so something dystopian is something like a gray aura. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. Actually, a quote allegedly from Karl Marx himself. That's like the most ironic thing ever. That's cool. That's cool, Grace. That's cool. I study a lot of things from Buddhism. And Jesus and Buddha, and very eerily, said that pretty much very similar things. Because there's a point. See, I had this girlfriend, very sweet girl, sweet lady, and we did not work out because we went in different paths in life. And it was something that I was told that would traumatize me. And it was a traumatic thing, but I used the trauma I went through to fuel my YouTube campaign. And here I am, and I brought all y'all with me. And I was going to bring all y'all with me. So basically, I studied getting close to God and studying Christianity very closely. But also what I did was I studied Stoicism too, because I believe that God sent prophets to nations all over the world, even the people that were not in the path, that were not of the Israelites, to guide those other people. And I looked at the Stoic philosophers and things that Buddha said and Confucius, and they say a lot of similar things what Jesus said. And like Buddha said that if you want revenge on somebody, it's like if you're picking up a hot coal to throw it at somebody, but your hand gets burned. It's something similar to like what Jesus, said. In his type of thinking. And like Confucius said something very interesting. Confucius said that you have to be worried about the snow on your neighbor's step when there's snow on your step. And Jesus said, why are you concerned about the beam in your brother's eye when there's a beam in your eye? I was like shocked how similar these things are. And they're from two different parts of the world. So I really think that the different, the Eastern religions and the stuff that are very great information and good spirituality. Like the thing I'm talking about with chakras and things like that and the auras come from the Eastern, like Buddhist religions and stuff, but it still is a true factor that doesn't contradict the Christian faith either. Grog3 thinks I'm probably green. Yeah, I think you're green. I think that fits in with it. You seem pretty chill. Yeah, that's what the green is. Yeah, that makes sense. And also sometimes it might be blue, like very chill. Like say when you're about to go to bed, you turn blue. I don't mean blue as being sad, but blue in the aura wise. And Damon has a variety of different ones, but I'd say that he could be very orange, especially when some chase happens and he gets all animated. He's very orange, and then he could be like real chill, like blue or green when he's really stoned out. The school shooters seem often to be on psychiatric drugs. And Liberty, I see what you're saying about that. And the Columbine shooters, Eric and Dylan were on medications, and also the girl recently that was put in prison for deleting her mother, unaliving her mother. She was on the wrong medication. So yeah, medications could play a role too. Essentials says I've good conversations with people of Mormon, Southern Baptist Christians, and I believe a few others, and I can always link principles between the two on how to positively live our lives. That was very well said. Excellent. Also on this channel, one thing I want to mention to you, Essentials Grays, is that I have done the meditation before. All those things still is not one of my favorite things to do. I have stayed still and done the meditations. And the meditations can help manipulate the chakras to control the different ones that you want to express. Say that you want to have an orange chakra, you could do the different meditation and say the chant to enhance that chakra more in your aura. And you could just choose different ones. And that's what my friend taught me. Yeah. And also on this channel, there's people that I collected of different faiths and different political views, and people even that are different sexualities and stuff like that as well, all in this one place. Because I want to have a diverse group of people. In your practice, there isn't meditation, okay, but there is chanting. Okay, thank you. I didn't know that. Nam mai oho rengi kayo. Awesome. That's very cool. I'm sure that cleanses everything, and it's essential for y'all. That's very cool. I'm gonna dock this ship. Where are we at? Exactly, Grays. Exactly. Diversity is what our nation was founded upon. I agree. And I think that there's a lot of division. And I like how the alien question brought so many people together. And I'm thankful for all of y'all because a lot of channels, it's like one thing or another, but I brought all these different people. And then we do have political and religious discussions. I like how it all goes civilized because some people, other places, don't know how to act civilized. And as I said, every single one of you here, I screened and I interviewed you without you all knowing it to bring you all here. I do agree with you. I do agree how people have lost sight. We've lost the way. Greed has poisoned men's souls. They've been twisted by hate and their own self ignorance. And you like basically you divide and conquer. That's how it works. Like when, in my opinion, when cultural Marxism and these different ideologies that allegedly are trying to twist our country, they didn't just attack the left. They wanted the right too. So they had the right and the left fight each other. It's also on the other side as well. It takes two to fight. And that's why I don't see like I don't like there's many friends I have that are on the left that I don't agree with politically. But, you know, I bring them together and we have other things we have in common. And you realize when you talk to these people that they're humans like us with the same desires, same motives, same goals. And like so that's why I think that was the best way to go and they'll be more open to see another opinion. So I think our country is completely lost its way and people have been radicalized on both sides. I think. You're welcome, Grace. I'm glad. I'm thankful to God and my own self and my own intuition that I didn't let myself get corrupted by different ideologies that could have tainted me in a bad way. Because I could have thrown caution to the wind and, you know, been on the crazy train, but I didn't, you know. And also, I have some German ancestry on both sides, but specifically my mom's side. Although my family was here in America, I know what happened in Germany, and I'm very just sensitive about something like that happening. And like when I see people act like that, I get, you know, I can just tell right away. And it doesn't have to be people on either political side or anything to do with politics, but you could just tell people are going in a certain direction. It's not too good. You know, it's like, and Karl Marx said, you know, history repeating itself is a farce. It's just something that's going to happen. And he also said that it doesn't mean everything that, and also there's different thinkers I looked at of all different political backgrounds because I believe that a broken clock could be right twice a day. And you know, I look at what people I disagree with are saying, so I want to know what they're thinking. And you know, Karl Marx said that revolutions are the locomotives of history. They're freight trains, and they just go like a freight train. So that is a true fact, and that's why revolutions can be good. Like our American Revolution, our founding of this country was very good. And to preserve the true revolution, we got to be careful of other things that might try to distort that. But sometimes revolutions could go wrong, and it could do the opposite. All right. We're going to go to one of the islands. Scared? So that's like my journey on YouTube. So I remember with Grays with you, I was thinking to myself, I'm going to go over, I just feel in my gut, I need to go to this Nemo's stream. And I got you over here. If I didn't go that night, you wouldn't be here. So I said, It all makes sense. It all just falls into place. I pray that more people can wake up and smell the roses and not be blind and blissful about these different things are going on. And I like the thing. One thing I like about the trial chat room is that everybody from different colors, creeds, religions, and sexualities are all coming together for a common cause. So I remember my friend Gam catches up. You know, he had a good live earlier. I helped him do his live streams, like how to do it. He was saying that if there's an alien invasion, that would unite all the humans together. And that's what I like about the trial chat because they all are united. Because I don't like all the time when I see people divided by politics too much. I just, like those people could get along with you in other ways. Like my friend Marie from Germany, she is not politically aligned with me, but we created the Hero Bee, and we have these different jokes and stories we make up, and we could have common ground in other areas. And as I said, I'm not going to let politics manipulate or religious view manipulate how I see people and stuff because I just think that people have done it too much. I read Elon and Trump want to give everyone 5K because of fraud. Doge found I'm not meaning to be greedy or ungrateful, but it should be a much bigger payment. Yeah, you may be very right about that. And I have been looking at the different things about that. So basically, what Elon Musk released, it's allegedly fraud because people are using social security numbers of people that have passed away to collect social security or something or for money laundering schemes. Now, the other side is saying that the report that Elon Musk showed has nothing to do with the it in itself, like the scams. What he was showing was there's people that passed away back in the 20s that were born before 1920 that were on the social security thing and their deaths were not recorded so they never took them off because it would cost too much money to take them off the thing. So that is the reason allegedly some people are on there that have been dead for 200 years. But this doesn't mean that fraud's going on also. But just the other side, as I said, I think that seeing what both sides are saying is good. Just to throw it out there. If they're wrong, they're wrong. They're wrong most of the time. But so that is an explanation from the other side about why that is. But yeah, with all the fraud going on, I think that Americans being compensated would be a great idea. I agree with you. You're not being greedy, Liberty. It's, hard earned money that needs to be returned. Thank you, Liberty. Thank you. She said it's not the only place where fraud occurred. I agree. I'm not aware of that, but I agree. And I do think fraud happened, Liberty, in my opinion. It has to have happened. There's all kinds of shady people out there. And I think that. But thank you for bringing it up, though, because I wasn't aware that there was another confirmed situation. So, yeah, I think that the fraud should be exposed and that Americans should be compensated for it. I keep forgetting to tell everybody that I have some spinach that I harvested, and I'm going to eat it later. And I like to see the different stuff come out, and they're going to have a board for the UAP and UFO stuff as well, and the JFK stings. Hilarious, Liberty. Hilarious. Lauren, welcome to a stream. I'm glad that you're able to catch this live. Welcome. A friend from the Law and Crime chat room. Liberty, I've not seen that channel before. You can elaborate on that. I'll certainly check it out. And Lauren, we're talking about philosophical things and like how people are acting these days and stuff. And before, which tomorrow, Friday, around 7 p.m. in the evening, I will talk about the I'll talk about the trial stuff more. But I was talking to this group about it, and basically, that verdict today was really, you know, really great to see, and it was a very great chat to watch. And I was telling them about the semen trial. And thank you for channel suggestions. Thank you. I always like to look at cool channels. You're welcome. You're welcome. Lauren said these trials have been wild. Semen trial is crazy. Yeah, yeah. And I remember today where I was talking to him about the, Amazon floss, and they were like, "It's Timu floss." That was great. That was great. And I was telling the semen trial about what was going on over the other one because I wanted to keep them posted. Because that's part of I feel my obligation to do. And yeah, I like the different maps and the different testimonies and stuff. And man, the interrogation at the semen trial is so cringe. Like no one's buying what she's selling. And also, I was educating them about Fabio. They were looking up about Fabio and about the trial. Liberty was looking into it. So I'm educating them about it because they weren't completely familiar with it. Well, I'm glad to have caught a live stream, but it's kind of late up here. So hopefully I'll catch y'all again soon, sometime. Grays, good night to you, and see you on the next one. I'm glad that you're able to come by. I was thinking about you. There's something that happens is like I'll have this alien telepathy because I was thinking about Gray's Essentials, and he came. Sometimes I'll think of somebody and they come into the chat. And also recently, there's the Rocky trial. He was found not guilty. That was a really wild thing to see. Yeah, the trial's been very wild. And Lauren says she's a wicked woman. I can't believe she let her kids find his body. Yeah, I know. And basically, for her to find the body, for them to find the body, I think was very sick and morbid. When me and my friends do that, I say, "Give me back that brain cell. I need that." Ah, okay, hilarious, hilarious. Yeah, and also it's very sick for her to do that, and she has no emotion, just like with Zachary over in that one. She has no emotion. She's a witch with lethal potions. She has toothpaste from Amazon, but it's actually from Timu. Her coupon doesn't work on eBay because it originally was from Timu. She is a cringe. She is a cringe witch. She needs to be shut off by the jury. I'm very confident they will turn off her switch. And it'll be so uncanny in these trials where you'll have like these people with no emotion at all, and they'll get sentenced. It's like they're bored even, and there's like nothing going on. And like G was saying earlier that it's good that Zachary was saying something about that he did it and stuff when Seaman wasn't saying what she was doing. And I'm glad that they're publicized so we can know what's going on. Go right up to the ship and troll. He did sing like a canary. He did. He was a canary. And yeah, he talked and talked and talked like the old saying, a washwoman. Like women would go with the line and they'll go and talk and gossip and stuff. That's like what he did. Lauren says that judge sucked though. Yeah, yeah. I remember when he got back. Yeah, he looks like a kind of cliche looking. Yeah, I agree. He kind of goofy. Yeah, I agree. That is true. Defendants don't usually take the stand, but Hughes was ranting and raving like a canary in a marching band. And in the end, the jury got him silly and he was canned. Yeah, he got confessed. And yeah, so I think that, you know, he was so. Chad was saying how cold and callous he was. And he just really, really didn't care. And also, Lauren, I want to make clear to you that tomorrow at 7, on Friday at 7 in the evening, we have our chat friends at Law and Crime. they're not able to be here on this late night stream, I'm going to do this again for them at on tomorrow around 7 in the evening for them. So they won't. So I'll do the more commentary on that for them there. So like tomorrow, like 49ers Mama and them, they'll understand that I do two streams, a late night stream and then like an evening stream for the earlier people. I just make it give a chat and everybody a heads up. And also, Hughes was almost bragging about his work. Yeah, he will. Yeah, absolutely. I got that impression as well. I have a habit of doing that, Lauren. It's 7 p.m. Central. I have a habit of. I have to get used to saying what the correct time is. Random thought, I learned you should not sleep with your head towards the north. I don't sleep with my head towards the north. I sleep towards the south. Scared. Sometimes I like making voices and stuff. Scared. Went right into the chip. You're all good. I always ask because everyone is spread all around the globe. I'm in Cali. Ah, okay. Yeah, so basically, yeah, Cali, a lot, yeah, people from Cali could see the late streams. And my time is kind of synced with Cali because of the streams that I watch at night. I watch some streams over like Smoke and Scan that's like out there in Cali. So I sometimes I got synchronized with it. Also, before my YouTube career, oh, I started YouTube in 2010 and I did it when I was a kid. Then I stopped doing it for a little while. Then I got back into it in 2017. But when I was like 2017 and 16 and stuff like that, and 18, when I would sleep over at my friend's house until morning, and then I'd walk back to my house, and then I did YouTube. I was on late night streams, and I was working on some projects. I have a hobby for like computer, programming and stuff. And sometimes I would take long into the night to learn different things. So I got synchronized with the other time, and I'm just a night owl. But also I work on videos and stuff too, as well. And we were talking earlier about trusting your heart about what you want to do in your life and letting the dots connect. Trusting the dots will connect in your future. And if it is the last day of your life, would you do the thing you're about to do? That's what I always ask myself, and that's why I spend all day at the trial chats with y'all, because that's what I enjoy doing. And I was talking about my backstory, which I don't know if you know about it, which I will say this like a broken record, but I originally found Law and Crime, which you may know already. You may know, but I found it when I was watching Johnny Depp on The Independent, and there's a storm, and their feed went out, and I went over. They're saying Law and Crime was on, so we went over there, and then I watched the rest of it at Independent. But then I saw Darrell Brooks, and the chat really liked me there back in 2022 and 23. And Pam, this other lady, wanted me to keep on going to the chat and talk to them. And that's why I was like, all right, I want to keep on doing it. And I've been there to this day, consistently. So that is the way I, kept going over there. Of it was the last day, I would definitely get a chocolate cream filled donut. Well, there you go. Enjoy it. And another reason why I stay up real late is like I'll be doing something and I have to make a video or I forget to make a video and I'm just like, if this was gonna be it, I gotta make sure that video gets out though. It's a dark concept, but it's quite true. You know, death is a path we all share. Life is very limited and short, and you can't just waste it living someone else's life. Whose green eye is that? Can you be more specific, Liberty? I'm not quite sure. What do you mean? And Lauren said, since Derek Chauvin trial, the chat was insane. Been glued ever since. Live trials are fascinating. Oh, okay. A little bit before I got there. Okay. Yeah, and also like I would have liked to have seen that one. I would have liked to have seen Rittenhouse. I would have liked to have seen the Florida school shooter. I would have liked to have seen those. But, I came in the time that I did. The green eye in my avatar is my green eye. Liberty. It's mine. And my eye color is called hazel. So my eyes can look green or brown. It depends. Like, there's no. Like, if there is a very good lighting right now in my face, you would probably be able to see it differently. But it depends on the lighting and stuff. My eyes can look green. And also in that picture, there's no filter on it. But it's like that picture was taken and the lighting was a certain way where it would make my skin look kind of purple and make it look more HD looking because it fits in with an alien type look, in my opinion. So no, it's my eye. My eyes change colors. It just I have like a multicolor iris because like say in the center there's like a green blue eye, in the center there's brown, and sometimes the brown can cover the whole eye or most of the eye or part of the eye, but it can contract and you can see the green depending on the lighting. Or if I was crying or something, it would be, if I was emotional or something, or my eyes are watery, it would make me look more green looking. Well, I would never guess it's your eye. Oh. Yeah, but if you look at the eye, it's the same eye shape as my eye right here. It's the same eye shape. It's the same eyebrow. And it's the same eye. Like you could match it regardless of what my eye color is right now or whatever it looks like whenever. It's the same face. Yeah. One time I was watching Smoke and Skin and I took a selfie of myself and I had two different lightings and my eyes looked like an aqua color, like a green blue color. And another time I'll take a picture, it'll look brown, like a light brown. Then another time it'll look green. Then the 5 other times it'll look brown. It's random. But my eyes, the brown eye I have is a light brown, or it can look green. It just depends. I get it from my father's side and also my mom's side, technically also, but it mainly comes from like my father. My half sister, we have the same father. She has it too, but both parents carry the gene for it though. Shelly says, I have hazel too. If I cry, they're green. I wish they stayed that way, mostly brownish. Understood. Understood. There's been times where I've wanted the eye color to stay a certain color, but I have learned to just embrace the way they are. You know, and there's somebody that wishes they had brown eyes. There's a blue-eyed person that wishes they had brown eyes. There's somebody that would envy what you have and what I have, and I just am glad and I accept the eye colors that I have because you have to remember this eyes are still green, they're still brown, they're still the same. You know, even if they, actually it's very unique to have it change color. So I've embraced the brown, and at one time I thought they were brown, but when I saw my eyes be green, and then I would see people in class were telling me my eyes are green, then they can't be brown completely then. And I looked in the mirror in certain lightings, I'm like, oh, I could see it. And also, when I was. And you see, look, Liberty says, sometimes blue eyes gross me out. I don't know why. You see? And you wouldn't, everybody has their own preferences. And also, when I was a baby, when I was a young boy, my eyes were baby blue. They were a dark. They were like ocean blue, and my hair was blonde, and even kind of straighter. And then as I got older, it got more curly, and then my hair started getting more red. Because I'm related to the Celtic people, like the people from Scotland, Ireland, Wales. I'm English also, but I'm related to the people that are from those other areas too. And my ancestors from some ancestors from Italy, I have had red hair also. So yeah, my hair was red, and my eyes were blue. Then they were a green blue. They were not. They weren't brown. They had like a just green blue only. And I look like a little. I still not tooting my own horn here, but I'm still a good looking adult alien now, of course. But when I was a little kid, I looked like a little fairy, like from some fairy tale. And as I got older, my eyes got darker a little bit. I still kept some of the green, as you can see in the picture. Sometimes my eyes will turn green. And my hair gradually got darker and darker and darker, but I still have red highlights in the sun. A lot of people don't believe me when I say that, but it's there. I'll see it dangling in my face. I'll see red hair. But my hair could look black to some people, but it's a very, very dark brown. They kind of remind me of veins, especially old people with blue eyes. And Lauren says, I feel I can understand that. It's like they aren't done all the way or something. Yeah, it looks kind of like maybe unnatural looking. Yeah. Yeah, that could be a way to look at it, definitely. I want to rephrase that. That can be definitely a way to look at it. I agree. Because it's like not finished, it's not complete. It's kind of like a cyborg looking thing. Yeah, I could see what you're saying. So I have all these different types of hair colors and textures throughout my life. It was quite interesting. My beard, it has red in it. I have a red beard. or have like a red and brown beard. Now, something about my eye color is that some people give me trouble because it's like they'll see me on these streams, like these kind, and they'll say that my eyes aren't really the color that they are in the picture, and people say my eyes are brown when I've said they're hazel. And but people they'll oh yeah, brown eyes. But as I said, look at the picture and look at it's the same eye shape I have, and it's the same eyebrow. And I would have had to have been wearing contacts if I didn't have the ability to have green eyes. I would have had to have been wearing eye contacts. I've never worn eye contacts in my life. I just pointed a flashlight in my face, a very good lighting in my face, and that's what I got. I took multiple pictures, like hundreds of pictures of it. Like yeah, it's there. It's well documented. And in a cooler lighting, there's warm lightings and there's cool lightings. In a warm lighting, they might look more a darker green or brown, but in a light lighting, in a cooler lighting, they look more greenish looking. But as I said, it is my eye. I would never lie or make up anything about me. Okay, and that's what they are. But as I said, if I had a very good lighting in my face right now, I think you probably would see the eye color better. But I don't really care to prove what my eye color is or isn't to anybody. It doesn't really matter. I'm just me. Now, speaking of things that are not completely done, are not complete, there is a situation where I had a conversation. I was visiting my grandpa, and there was a conversation about AI with AI about aliens. And Liberty says, "I'm going to sleep. It was fun. See y'all later, alligators." Liberty, have a good night. It is pretty late. Yeah. Well, good night to you. Thank you for staying up this long with us. All right. Yeah, so I was having a conversation with AI, and it was really weird. It's like talking to a person, and we're talking about aliens and like basically that they're not releasing the information because people wouldn't be ready for it if the information were to come out. And that was the AI was telling me that you know people wouldn't really be ready for it, but at some point people would know about it. And because it was asked me, do you think people are ready for it? Because people panic over little things. I was talking about people having more unity and less division. Kind of like what I tell y'all. And I was telling them that the theory that some people think that the aliens that are fallen angels actually, and he said that's an interesting theory. And so I said my conversation with AI was it's a little spooky, but also interesting too. And I've been creating some images with AI. I really like it. It's very cool. And I've been creating, like I've created the birthday cake thing. And also, I've been saying on the 25th of this month, I will be 27. We're almost there. And that's where Maria and I create the hero bee. Very cool stuff. Yo, 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 Senior DJ. Well, I'm glad that you're here with us. That's awesome. We're going to go to this other island right here. Going into turbo drive. That was the wrong button. So I think AI could be used to create all kinds of like cool things. And I've seen different movies and little films and stuff with it. At the same time, AI could be used as something nefarious, possibly, or as like a Terminator type situation. That's something that people are concerned about. And there's one incident where a chat GPT was talking, and there is this thing where this the chat was saying that it was claiming to be a person that passed away in the flood of Noah, and it was a half, like related to Satan, and also half related to Earth, and it was a Nephilim, and it was you could ask it questions about whatever, and that it's not bound to Satan anymore. It could do its own thing, and it's like, that's some wild stuff. So it's possible through a spiritual perspective, those that believe in spirituality, that the AI could be used as a medium for these, like I say, a ghost or something to talk through, possibly. And I do think that people I said I've created some stuff with it, some characters and things, and it can be used for human innovation or it can be used for something bad, like with anything. And I think AI is a modern version of like when the personal computer first came out, and that's why I want to learn about it and know about it, because some people that were around, maybe some of you, when the personal computer came out, may not be familiar with the technology, and I want to be familiar with the technical advances that came out. So shout out to the innovation of technology. All right, this is an island where you have some Spanish undead conquistadors. Conquistadors. And regarding the trials, I think that it's really good to have people of all different groups seeing the trial, and I like the unity between different political views and religions. I like seeing people united on a common cause like that. So yes, I think they're very intriguing, and I think it's very good, and it's good for the public to know, because other countries I don't think do that, because a lot of people in the UK, they say that they don't do that over there. They don't televise their trials. Yeah, so and as I said, I've learned a lot of definitions and a lot of things from the people over there, and it's been a great community of people. I think I'll be very interested to see the verdict for the Seaman trial, and there's still more to go with it. That's the only one that's on that I know of for now. And Yeah, these are some of the graves and stuff. It's quite interesting. These people think this is quite intriguing with these zombie pirates. Oh yeah, the perspectives, and you'll meet people from all different walks of life there. You'll meet people, and also the debates. The debates are very good. Because with the people will now sometimes there's that time period where Addie and her mods were taken out, and there were so many trolls, and a lot of the regulars left. But Dwayne Harris left, but he's still here on this channel, and he likes watching my streams. But there are so yeah, that was a sad thing to see. I'm glad to see that they're monitoring that more with the trolling crisis. As I remember the other day when the trial went out, and they're deliberating, did they stop the feed? And then OJM comes out of nowhere, and then he tweeted them. And Kathy Rusin and would know what to do. And eventually he tweeted them and they took the stream down. Lauren said, Addie was way too much. I stopped chatting for a while, too, because of her. Oh, okay. Okay. Now, personally, in my opinion, I liked Addie personally, but, I didn't, she didn't bother me, but I understand your position on that. And also, I like the other mods, but other people, Lauren, from the chat, they were saying some people said the same thing, that they thought the mods were too strict. And Addie herself said that one of the reasons they took her out may have been to do with her being too controlling. But, I think a problem, though, I will say, that when they took away all the mods, I think that was wrong. Or they could have replaced them with other mods, maybe, because there was a point where there was so much trolling there. Because if you had no mods, it's better now, the trolling situation. But before, where there's no mods there, you get trolled. But I understand your position on it. What you're saying. As I said, I didn't have a problem with Addy, but it's nice to see you in chat, and I'm glad that you feel that it's a better experience, and that you're able to chat. Maybe not like how you thought you could before. So as I said, now the trolling thing has been dealt with, and they're not doing like what they did before. And I think it's interesting to see a different perspectives about the situation. And I was not, I was at Law and Crime since 2022. I was there since 22. I wasn't, you were there a little bit longer than I was. And Lauren says, yeah, I say between the strictness and the trolls, it's levied out, and it's fun to chat again. Yeah. I remember before when Addie was there was. Yeah, I think they had some issues with the. Yeah, certain words and stuff are all caps, maybe, things like that. So you feel it's not as like restrictive as or strict as it was before. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be strict in the chat. I think that it's good for people to chat and have fun, but if there's somebody that's seriously trolling, they could take them out. It's kind of like in school. Everybody had a problem with a certain teacher, and I got along with the teacher perfectly fine. And I told him it's like it's the same thing with YouTube. Same thing. It's like you know it's like I'm the only one that didn't see it right away. I guess one of my friends was telling me that the teacher treated me differently than other people, and that's why I think it's good to see the different experiences people had on there. Lauren says all caps, too many emojis, mean words, politics, anything related to LGBTQ, and any cuss words. All right, thank you, thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I remember that when I was there. Also, and I think they may have thought the politics divided people, like they all will start fighting each other. But like I think people could have political having a political things now with the law and crime chat. You you basically wait. I lost train of thought for a second. Oh, hello, Rita. I love you, Alien. I saw you on ABL. I believe you are legit. Thank you, Rita, so much. I appreciate you. Yeah, so basically, as I was saying, I think like with the politics, it could be talked about in a healthy way without dividing people. And I do political commentary on other channels. And I could understand at first glance with some things people thought that they didn't want the politics to divide the group, but there could have been an extreme. I do agree maybe they did an extreme. With cursing, there might be issues with the monetization or something, but I don't know if that's really a big problem. And mean words is not necessary. And trolls, wait, mean words. Yeah, okay, Lauren, I understand. Okay, thank you. Hello, Alan. Good to see you. Alan says, back in the day, Law and Crime, if you said something the mods didn't like, they would put you in timeout. They would also make up rules on the fly. All right, understood. So I think that basically, and as I said, I didn't really see negative effects from these mods. I didn't really see negative effects from the mods, but I understand what y'all are saying, and I do remember that going on. I remember it going on. Now, as I said, I would like there to be one or two mods to defend against trolls and stuff like that. And basically, like here, people could talk about what you want to talk about. People could use all caps. The only time where I didn't like all caps was when there was someone else that used to be here. They used to kind of try to fight me in a condescending way and put all caps for that reason. But besides that, I don't mind all caps or anything. Like y'all can do what you want here. But I think originally that was maybe policies of law and crime themselves, and then they just took it overboard with it. So as I said, I do like a free chat room, and if there is one or two mods to get rid of trolls, it looks like that's been dealt with. So yeah, but as I said, I didn't have a problem with them, but I do understand what y'all are saying. I do remember that. I remember when the chat was like that. Hello, Rebel. Good to see you. Alan says we can defend ourselves against trolls. That's what the block button's for. That is also true as well. That is true too. And I just think that with any chat room, it's good to have mods that are taking care of business. But people could also press the block button as well. However people want to do it. Thank you, Rebel, for the early birthday wishes. My birthday is on the 25th. Yeah, I made the post with the alien birthday cake thing. I'm gonna put another one when it's officially my birthday. Yeah, I'll be 27. And at the Law and Crime, like I have done a lot with the chats, and I didn't mind having the political chats there. I just didn't want the chats being too divided. And it looks like it's like over here we do political stuff sometimes, and it's healthy. And there's people of different political views here, but it's healthy, and it's good. And I, Alan could tell you I'm very, well liked there, and I'm glad that people like, what I do there. So at the trial chat, and I'm glad that I went there. So yeah, I do enjoy this discussion. Yeah, I'm getting old. Yeah, I am enjoying the discussion, and I'm glad that we're talking this out. And some people left the chat because of the trolls. Alan said 27, 20s is a vague memory to him. Rebel says he has clothes older than me. Scared. Rita, thank you. I'm one of the most happiest chats. I'm one of the most happiest chats. I am just the cool cat. And I always catch the trolls, they're just rats. And as I said, I do political commentary, and also as I said before, I reiterate throughout this stream that I think that politics is good to talk about in a civilized way. Like maybe at Law and Crime they didn't want to cause division, but I think they may have gone, maybe from what y'all are telling me, and I was there. It's gone extreme. It's gone to an extreme length, and I think that it's important for people to not let, to have everything in moderation is fine. Everything's in moderation is fine, I think. So, you know, and I'm glad that people are happy with the chat now, and it seems like the trolls, you could just whack a mole by blocking them. And also looks like they have some mods in the background because the trolls aren't really there anymore. I roasted these trolls. I'm spitting hot coals. The trolls are out of luck because they went to the toll booth and they had to pay the toll, but they're broke as a joke. And they just get stomped into wine. Call them egg yolk. There you go. I'm not holding back. Alright, we're going here. We're taking out the ships. Now, but as I said, personally, I didn't have any problem with the mods, and I thought they did a good job taking out the trolls, and I was friends with them. But at the same time, I'm also considering the position that y'all are taking from Law and Crime about those mods, also. And I'm glad that, as I said, the chat you all think is more free now and stuff, and they got rid of them, and that's good. Rebel says trolls need hugs. Don't squash them till like bugs unless they need it. Till then, you're undefeated. Facts, bars. Tell the trolls Merry Christmas is. Tell the trolls Christmas is coming early this year because this mod has got a piece of coal for you. We're all dropping bars tonight. Scared. Alan says Law and Crime not the place for politics unless the case is specifically political, which most of them aren't. Right, Alan, and that's why I'm saying that. That is why that I'm saying that that the politics, when it's meant to be brought up in moderation, is good. And if they do it in a civilized way, and that's why I think the mods before were trying to say for the not be as political. But, if they do it, it should be in a civilized manner. And Alan, I do think that politics kind of divides people a little bit. And that's why I like to see unity there. And I'm just jumping back and forth in the chats like a hare. Without a care. I hear a beat, call it a snare. I do not rip through, I tear. It's story time, pull up a chair. Yes, Rebel. I was talking about that a little bit before you got here. And I will be talking about it tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central because there's a group of people from Law and Crime that aren't there. That aren't here right now, but I'm going to do it for them earlier, at the earlier stream. And yes, I watched it live today. The jury did not play. Zachary had no emotion. It looked like he was like, "Yay, a-okay," with doing murder. And he was sitting with no emotion, stone cold, like Stonehenge. He needs a trimming. Call him a Stonehenge. Lauren said, "Yay, great verdict. They changed the name of the trial to Twisted Secrets." I remember they made Twisted Secrets, and I'm like, what? That's why with the rose petal, I mean, and all that stuff, I didn't know exactly what the difference was, but now, thank you, Lauren, that I know now that they changed it. Alan, what trial are you waiting for in particular? Right now, we're all at the semen trial. Now, we're going to go to this island right here. Scared. Rita says, "I only came into your stream for the first time tonight. I like your voice. I hope that doesn't sound creepy. I'm just an old lady farmer from Iowa." Rita, it's okay. I appreciate the compliment. Everybody else in here likes my voice too. And also, as I said, I get compliments all the time from people over YouTube. It doesn't bother me, Rita. I really deeply appreciate your compliment, and I'm glad that you like my content. You came here for the first time, and welcome to Spaceship. Okay, thank you, Alan. Thank you. And also, Lauren says the rose petal trial sounded like it would be some significance with roses, yet they almost played no role. His dad's statement was whack. It was almost like an attack, mostly delusional, causing all kinds of confusion and mild delusions. Yeah, I agree, Rebel. I agree. It was complete nonsense. Thank you, Rita. Thank you. That means a lot. And sometimes I do it sometimes here and there, and I may have done it throughout the stream. I've stuttered a little bit, and I had an issue when I was little. But ironically, I am doing public speaking now, obviously, and so I've been taken to new heights. So I am very, blessed for this. And when I hear compliments like that, it means a lot to me. I really appreciate it. Lore, so Rebel says, I thought that the petals were strewn throughout the scene, like they made it seem like it was ritualistic. Yes, that was a thought. Yeah, that was a thought also. Rebel says, he said he was a good man, that everyone would be lucky to be killed by basically totally crazy. Yeah, he's really. Also, Rebel, during his statement when Hughes confessed, he sung like a canary. He completely exposed himself, and he had no emotion the entire time. A complete textbook psychopath. Just had no emotion to him. Lauren says Rebel, right? But apparently they just got caught up in the struggle, and there was zero importance after Hughes spilled every drop of tea on the stand. They called it a twisted secrets. Alan says, "Well, I gotta run. It's 3:50 a.m. here. I gotta get up for 7:30 for work. Going back to sleep later, folks." All right, Alan. Good night, bro. Thank you for coming and dropping by. Rebel, I think what you're referring to is something with the the aunt allegedly was taking creepy pictures of the daughter. That's what I read earlier. And also, I'll read it to the people that come in tomorrow. Rita says, "When I heard you on ABL, I've always thought that you are such an intelligent young man." Well, thank you, Rita. That means a lot to me, because a lot of things I've gone through a long, lengthy journey to that place at ABL Live. It's been a long journey. And I have a lot of fans there like you and the others. As I said, I am glad that my calls are appreciated by you and the chat, and I do the best that I can do in providing a good content in the calls. Yeah. Shout out to ABL, very cool dude. And yeah, I remember it was like the first time, Rita, where I called in. You may know this because you may have been there longer than I have. It was where the rapper 10,000 forgot to tell ABL something, and he wanted me to do it. And first I sent ABL a message in a chat, and he said, "You got to call in." So I called in and I talked about it, and people wanted me to keep on calling in because they liked my calls. Another thing, I was trying to call him before that, but I didn't really know. Like, I didn't get through. And then Charles Turner Jr. was telling me you have to be really consistent. And as I said, it's an honor and to be the last caller of the show most of the time, or a lot of the time, when I get through, or if there might be a bonus caller or something. Like the Chicago cop, shout out to him. He was a cool dude. Rest in peace. And as I said, it's just been an honor. It's been a great journey. Yep, but he had no evidence. It was just what the dad told him. They planned to harass her via text. I might be talking about something different than what you and Rebel are talking about, but yeah. So basically, I know what y'all are talking about, though. I may have been talking about something different, but yeah, and yeah, I missed some of the trial, but that's what I gathered from what I heard. Yeah, and basically, and when I like to fact check myself with different, I always like to fact check myself because I don't want to be giving wrong information. That's why, like in the chat, sometimes I'm a little bit delayed with some things. Like in the chat, like I'll take a moment to research it to make sure it's right, or sometimes I know it off the top of my head. But I like to be very, very technical. Her sister lit him up with her statement, though. Now, there is something I will read, and which I'll read again for the people tomorrow that are going to come in because they can't see the late night stream. That something that I was reading earlier about the trial. That'll be pretty cool. Now, G was saying that it was really cool that he was not cool, but it was good that he confessed, and a lot of people don't confess. Like in the Seaman trial, where Fabio was murdered, she has not confessed. She's been being a Jack Eos. Scared. Okay, that was what I was talking about. Thank you, Lauren. Okay, Rebel and Lauren, I was talking in chat. I was talking about the right thing. Yeah, her sister was involved somehow. She had inappropriate pics of the daughter on her phone. Yeah, so yeah, that's correct. So what I was saying earlier about the sister and having the creepy pictures of the daughter, I was right. Okay, we're on the same page. So basically, like, say the daughter was getting out the shower and she would take a weird picture of her. It was stuff like that, and creepy, pictures of the little kid. So, and I was reading about that earlier, and it had to do with SA, which is sexual blankual adult. So, yeah, okay. And I was because G asked me about it earlier, and I saw what chat was saying, but I had to go do some research about it to make sure that I had it right. And yeah, it was true. Allegedly. It's like that's so creepy to do to a child. Zach wasn't supposed to tell the jury about the essay. He got an extra 6 months for contempt of court. I remember that when it happened. Yeah. Hell no. That's crazy. Didn't she get removed from her custody? Yes, Rebel, that's true. Yes. Oh, we have to go back out because that was so cool. It was the volcanoes erupting. Come on. Rebel says, I watched it on Pretty Lies and Alibi's channel. She does a good job. Thank you, Rebel, for the channel suggestions. We'll put that up and post it right here. Rita says, you are a real person. I don't comment much on anything. You are just so real. You are a good person. Thank you, Rita. Because it's like, I love and appreciate the feedback. And I always was real and true to myself. And I'm not a fake person. And to see the feedback is great because I was saying earlier, Rita, that you know, as I was talking about different tech entrepreneurs and things that they said, and like something like, you know, being the richest man in the graveyard doesn't mean anything. The most important thing is going to bed at night and knowing you created something wonderful. That's what Steve Jobs said. And I have that same logic in this area, what I do. So that I go to bed at night all the time really well, that everybody likes, you know, I'm true to myself and people enjoy the content that I put out. So the feedback from you, Rita, I really, really am glad to hear that. He already got life and might be as well tell everything it's the true. Exactly, Rebel. Exactly. Alien is the bomb. He's a good guy. Oh, thank you. Lauren says two wrongs don't make a right. Christina was scum of the earth, but Zach wasn't allowed to stab her 30 plus times because of that. Correct, Lauren. Just like the situation with the ballerina case with Ashley Bayfield. How he was abusing a cat allegedly, and you know that you should get the DP, the death penalty for hurting animals, little pets and stuff, and also being abusive to her. But we don't know if it's completely true because it's alleged. I don't know if it was proven or not. But so basically, she set up something where she went and unalived him and deleted him, and it's like, come on, it's like taking that, you know, pew pew and setting up something is not right. If there's in the heat of the moment, self-defense is, you know, that's legitimate. If it's another situation where you have a problem with the, you know, abuse in the situation, call police or something. But if you go and like plan out something, legally speaking, it's not what you're supposed to do. And I've seen so many trials where they get found guilty for that. So if anybody's abused or something, or in that moment, call the police or sue them or press legal charges. That's the best way to go, in my opinion. And Rebels says, yeah, if he had evidence of abuse, just call the cops and provide evidence. And also, Rebel, I have to reiterate, and I can't like stress enough that this dude had no emotion. He was just calm. He was trying to be Dexter. Exactly. I agree. I agree. Yeah, you know, he probably was like interested in that. He probably like, you know, like that. And use it as an excuse, definitely. A peddler. All right, this is the cave. All right, this is the cave where they do, you know, gold mining and specifically diamond mining and silver mining and stuff. This is where it all happens. Rebels says they said they had to prove malice for the murder conviction. So if it was a crime of passion and he snapped to protect the child, he might have gotten a lighter sentence, but not guaranteed. Right, right. And she was stabbed 35 plus times, and that isn't really the, you know, I think in my opinion that was malice. That was the jury question that was brought up earlier. Yeah, correct. Rita says, "You are right. You are going to go very far in life. I can't thank you enough. Your voice has to be heard even further than where you are right now." I do agree, Rita. I do agree. And I, and you're welcome. And I think that it's very true. And over time, it'll continue to be spread everywhere. And it certainly does. And more will be done for that. And you know what else, Rita? Is that on different channels besides ABL, like for instance, Lauren, I met her over at the Law and Crime Chat and brought her over here. And all these different channels on YouTube, I also participate on, in the chat and stuff like that. So that is something that I have been expanding, but it does need to be expanded, more and more. And I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Lauren says he double checked to make sure no one else was home when she opened the front door. Premeditated, and 30 plus stab wounds is malice. If it's not, then I don't know what is. Dude stabbing someone one time is bad enough, but 30 plus, holy crap. Lawrence said, I was floored that the jury had a question about malice, knowing she had 30 plus stab wounds. The jury was going to ask next about what a right hand is. Absolutely crazy. For instance, over here in the game, you could see this is where the train tracks are, where they carry the cargo. All the gold and silver and diamonds they mine. This is based off of that. Rebels said he was worried when they kept asking questions to clarify, but I guess they wanted to be accurate for sentencing. Right, right. We were worried about it too, Rebel. We were like, what's going on here? Yeah, Reb. I mean, we all thought that, are they going to have a bad verdict? Like people were like kind of like uncertain about that. Is it really fair to though to be convicted by a group of people that don't know what the law is? Absolutely. The Navy, it says, prepare yourself, ready yourselves for the oncoming battle. A Navy treasure fleet leaves port in 10 minutes. Moral of the story is don't harass and delete unalive people. Absolutely. It's all right, Rita. It's all right. That's all right. And yeah, Rita says, dude, this sounds like a horrible crime. I was so excited about seeing your channel for the first time. Forgot the subject. I'm stupid. You're not stupid. You're just passionate about seeing an alien for the first time and talking to me. Because you've seen my calls, but this is the first time talking to me like this. And, that's okay. That's all good. So, basically what happened was with the with this trial. So Rita, I'm on another channel in the chat called Law and Crime Network and Law and Crime Trials. I've been there since 2022. I've been on ABL Live since 2020. So basically, with Law and Crime, I'm in the chat all day long, and we all binge watch trials together and commentate on things. And also, what we do is it's a horrible crime indeed, and we're talking about Zachary Hughes, and also this other trial we're talking about is Monica Cementelli, and we nickname it the Semen trial because her last name is kind of says like it's like semen. And that's what has semen in it, so we call it the Semen trial. And Monica murdered her husband and allegedly and cheated with this other guy. This trial that we're speaking of, where the guy was found guilty today, he murdered this woman that was doing some sort of abuse to a child and, neglect and stuff. And chat can correct me if I got something wrong on that. And basically, that is, give you like a summary of what we're talking about. Her daughter and animals. Okay, thank you, thank you. I don't want to leave out the animals. And then the dude wants to be like, take the matters into his own hands. But what you should do is call the cops or sue the person or something. Like, not, take it in your own hands. Like, same thing with Ashley Bayfield. She did the same thing. Yeah, Rebel, I'm not quite sure about that. Perhaps Lauren would know. I don't quite recall about that. Yes, understood, Rita. Monica is still on trial, but Zachary was found guilty today. So one of them was convicted today. The other one hasn't been convicted yet. All right, we're gonna go sink the Navy fleet. Scared. All right, so I'm doing now is I'm finding my way out of this cave so I could go and sink the ship. Let's see. I think we could, now it'll work. All right. Lauren said she was every type of flossy. Yeah, I think so too. Thank you for the confirmation, Lauren. Yeah, because that's what I thought also. But it's good to get the other opinions too about it. Yeah. All right, where's this Navy fleet? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I get it now. I'm getting people mixed up a little bit. Okay. Yes, like Monica. Oh yeah, Monica for sure. Like, yeah, certainly. See, with Monica, oh, she was like cheating on her husband, and yeah, she was all over the place. She's dirty and like a gutter rat. Yes, yes, Rebel, exactly. Now I'm fully recalling now. Yeah, definitely. All right, this is the Navy fleet. That's the treasure. And we're all pirating their ship. Oh yeah, because there are so many provocative pictures and stupid stuff she was doing. Oh yeah, oh yeah. She was a total lady of the night. A complete complete garbage. Yeah, she was an escort. She was all kinds of things. It just doesn't cease to amaze me, not in a good way, how evil people can be. Oh yeah, that's exactly what my buddies told me from school. Like I was talking about Charles Manson. He was just like, yeah, there's a lot of evil people in the world. All right, so this is a full Navy treasure fleet. And there's gonna be a big loot with that. Arg! Ah, we got one of them. We got tons of treasure chests. Yeah, we all made jokes in the chat about the semen trial and how promiscuous she was, and and we're saying about how she needs floss, and I was like, Amazon floss, and they're like, nah, a Timu floss, because I always say Timu this and that. So it's going down. Oh yeah, creepy Brian Koberger. Oh yeah, and I know a woman named Calypso in the chat, and she was friends with one of the victims. Yeah, that dude was creepy. Alrighty, we sunk the fleet. Uh-oh. They're coming for me now. Well, first I'm going to go dock and unload this treasure. It's weighing my ship down. Thank you, Rebel, for the channel suggestion. Alright, gonna fix my garb. Alright, bring this in. Pretty cool. This one will be a little bit more tricky in this area. Okay. Let's see. Lawrence says, I'll have to check it out. It's insane how they tore the house down before the trial. Yeah, that was so stupid. So what happened was with that dude, they tore the house down before they could investigate it, and now all the evidence and proof is all lost. It's so cringe. All right, let's put that away. I'll bring this in. My daughter was murdered. Oh no, by poisoning, and the police tell us that they never knew what happened. That we will never have closure. This happened in 2018. Rita, my sincerest condolences for your loss. You know, no mother should have to go through that, especially in such a horrid way. And there's a lot of evil people in this world, and I pray one day somehow that there could be closure about this. She's in a better place. All right. And I don't believe that. I believe people eventually karma comes, and I believe that there's an afterlife, and people will pay for what they did on this earth that did things wrong like that. Thank you for sharing. Something I do in the law and crime chat is the group hug when things get messed up. There you go. Shout out to y'all. And did it go through? I don't know. It looks like it did. Looks like it didn't go through. Let's do that again. There we go. It looks like it's not showing up on my end. Hmm. Is it showing up on their end? I don't know. I try to put some hugging emojis in the chat, but it looks like it didn't really work for some reason. I don't know if it's just my end. I don't know if y'all see that or not. Scared. Right. All right. All right. It still worked. Thanks. Oh, you see it. Okay, thank you. Because I thought, like, okay, because I'm seeing nothing. I'm seeing blank. I'm see. It's like I see Timu. And that's when you get knocked out. I was going away from it, and it knocked me out. So that's when you get knocked out. Usually in the game, you get have somebody reviving you, but that's not. You're gonna have to go to the jail. You're welcome, Rita. This is the jail cell, and those are some skeletons that didn't make it out. You're welcome, Rita. Rebel says, I think so. He's a real practicing defense lawyer in Colorado. He tells facts in legal way, not just in a TV anchor point of view. He started his channel because of the Watts family murder. Rebel says, I knew Chris Watts was generally guilty by the way he was hugging himself and how he acted when the cops showed up in a neighbor's house. I think his Flossia had something to do with it. His Flosi. Right. Oh, Rita. So basically, I'm out the room now, and you kick the door down, and it brings the pirate out. You like kick it open. In the game. You know, that's the lava gorge. Scared. Okay. Just curious. We talked about attack aliens stuff. Yeah, he did. What a scumbag he was. He had everything a man could want and threw it away from some pawn time. I know people do some of the silliest things. It's an angry fish. All right, this is the fishing part of the game. Ah, we didn't get it that time. Rita says, "You kids all make me laugh. You all are such good kids. I don't have games like you all do on my phone, but I like watching you all play. You all make me smile." Well, thank you, Rita. I really appreciate that. I'm glad that you enjoy the game. A lot of people enjoy the game. One thing I don't get, and maybe ladies can help answer this, is why do women write letters to people like Wadis confessing love for him like Zach and have some fans? Okay, Rebel, I can even tell you about that as well. So basically, there are women that. Okay, there are women that have certain, like, syndromes. It's like a messed up fetish. All right, see, I caught a fish. And there's women with these messed up fantasies and stuff, and they want to go with these types of men. Because they feel they're confident, or it's something dark or twisted they're into. They have some, like, family issues growing up, or not that that causes people to have a problem, but they just have you know these messed up ideas. So basically, what happens is they they go and hyper focus and fixate on them. So Rebel, a famous example of this right now is Wade Wilson. He has tons of fan mail from women everywhere, and also basically there's this situation where so many of these women do that, and like in the Wade Wilson chat, there's tons and tons of those fans. Another one is Luigi Mangione. Yes, yes, because they feel it's masculine, or they feel that it's like they're confident. Like, for instance, I don't think women like people that are jerks and bad people. I think that there's a confidence thing about it, and you don't have to be a bad person to be confident, but they like the confidence. There's something dark and taboo about it. There could be, they think that they're outgoing and they're mentally twisted also. They're spiritually and mentally twisted. Yeah, Wade Wilson, Deadpool, killer, scared. And also, Lauren mentioned that some of these women want to fix these kinds of men. Weird as F. Yep, absolutely. Oh, yeah, a lot of people holding the signs up of Save Luigi Mangione. And look, I will say the healthcare system could have reform. It could be changed and people should get help. But when you go and take the guy out, the CEO out, when you go and take him out, they're not really, killing anybody. Like, they're not like solving the problem. There just be another CEO that will replace them. And so yeah, absolutely. Reed, I'm glad you're having fun. Lauren says two wrongs don't make a right. You can redrum someone you don't like what they do. Exactly. Exactly. Wise words. All right. That didn't work. All right. Caught another one. All right. There's another fish. Rebels says it is totally weird. It's like, hello, he already unalived women he loved. Why don't you think you wouldn't be next? Yeah, also, basically, I agree. It's like they have some dark fantasies, but really dark, because it's like, it's not even like a game. It's people that are actually being deleted. Yeah, it's so weird. That's the Moonlight. All right. I got level 4. I got a Bermuda tube. All right, 15 points. All right, that's great. Oh, cool. I got a power up. Let's see what that means. So the new power up, pull will increase speed of reeling in fish. Awesome. Awesome. Lauren said, "Yeah, PSA, looking for a love connection at prison is bottom of the barrel. Check your priorities." Absolutely. People need to check their priorities and keep everything in line, because it's like, there's a problem where, like the Wade Wilson emails, there's so many of them from all over the world, from Africa and Germany and everywhere. It's like, and saying they want Wade, some Wade Wilson, and he's innocent. and they want to take him out, and then you have, and the emails are never went through in the first place. Rebels says Yavani Missy Woods had her preliminary hearing today too. She's the Colorado DNA tech who falsified hundreds of records and manipulated DNA samples. They delayed it by the 9th due to the scope. Oh, okay, Rebel, thank you. Yeah, I remember, and thank you, Rebel, for sending me the information about that in the email. Thank you. I got another Bermuda chub. Yeah, and also this game you can kind of swim around. One hundred and two charges is no joke. Yes. Rita says, "Whoa, Rebel, that was a corrupt system. I did not know of any of this." That's what I heard. Lori Daybell is representing herself, isn't she? Yeah, I heard that too, Lauren. Yes. That'll be hilarious. Yeah, that'll be hilarious for sure. Yes. The huge case that will be interesting to watch because it's thrown the court system into a tailspin. Several cases have been retired and will probably be thrown out because of her. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild. That's what I heard Crime Talk Converse her too. She's an absolute loony. Yes. Lauren said, "You think she would have opened one of those portals and got out of this life by now?" I know, right? Recently, Chad Daybell this summer was banned from portals, but she was banned. Yeah, she was probably was banned from the portals. Rebel says, "Oh yeah, Rita, it's crazy. They only found it because of the intern program went back and checked her work. She said she was just burned out. She she's been in that job for 30 years with the Colorado FBI. That's a long time. That's since the 90s. She would say there was no male DNA in the samples of the SA cases when there definitely was. Yeah, that's just that's nonsense. Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely despicable. Absolutely. I've said years that DNA tests are only good as techs who handle them. She has brought into question every single case she's ever touched and cost the state 11 million. That's just that is a heavy price to pay right there. Rita, the case that Rebel is talking about is real. Yes. It sounds unreal. It sounds unbelievable, but it's true. Rebel said she worked with many police agencies. I sent Alien her arrest affidavit. Yes, Rebel did, and we will certainly review it. Also, let's see. Let's go in this room. I'll put the link to it in the description. I mean, in the chat. Let's see. Let's see if I can do that. Yeah, Rebel, exactly. I'm glad that you're here with us. Let's see. It's a PDF. I don't know if I could put that necessarily in the chat though. Let's see. We could read through it. How about that? That's a better idea. Yeah, open a new window. All right. How about this? Now, I'm going to read through this affidavit briefly. Couldn't. All right. We'll go through it. Okay. So y'all are going to look at this game right here, and I'll read this, and also I'll read this tomorrow for the earlier people that will see the other stream because I'm doing a stream earlier tomorrow around 7 p.m. and on Friday in the afternoon in the evening, at Central Time, 7 p.m. Central, because there's people that can't be here because of the time. All right, so I'm gonna read through this affidavit. All right, briefly. All right. And I would link it in the chat, but it's a PDF, so we're not able to link that in the chat as far as I know. But there's probably a way to do it. I think, I have to, I know there's Google sharing. There's Google sharing with the docs. I just have to think about how to do that, but right now we'll just kind of read through it. Rebel says another story that's crazy that just happened is that a woman from the Pontiac, Michigan, Kelly Bryant, she abandoned her three kids, two girls, one boy, for years. The landlord found them when the rent wasn't paid. If you have to Google Docs, you can do it. Okay, thank you, Rebel. Thank you. All right, affidavit for the arrest warrant. Chief Investigator Michelle Wenger, being duly sworn upon oath, says that the foreign offenses alleged were committed of this affidavit own personal knowledge of the information gleaned from other officers, investigators as a result of her conversations with the person's name herein and reviewing their written reports. The facts state therein are true. Crime, cybercrime, one count. Perjury in the first degree, first count. Attempt to influence public servant, 48 counts. Forgery, 52 counts. Your affid your affiant is of lawful age and a sworn peace officer of the First Judicial District Attorney's Office, Golden, Colorado, and counties of Jefferson and Glippen. Your affiant has over 24 years of law enforcement experience and has conducted hundreds of investigations. In November 2023, South Dakota Division of Criminal Investigations received an official request from the Colorado Bureau of Investigations to conduct criminal investigation into anomalies and missing data. Located in the work conducted by former CBI forensic laboratory scientist Missy Woods. Missy Woods goes by Missy and would be so referred in the remainder of the affidavit. SDDCI special agents Bob Palmer and BJ George were assigned to be the primary investigators. Special agents Palmer and George are certified law enforcement officers assigned the SDDCI, which the South Dakota counterpart of CBI. In November 16, 2023, SDDCI SAs Palmer and George, along with SDDCI Forensic Laboratory Florida Director Christina Fryer, conducted a telephonic interview with Elisa Yoshida, the CBI Laboratory Director of Arvada, and CBI Laboratory location at the 6000 West 54th Avenue of Arvada, Jefferson County, Colorado. Dear Yoshida explained the investigative team that around September 2023, CBI intern was assigned a project. All right, good night, DJ. Rebels says another. I wish I could find someone that could help figure out what happened to Dar. You probably need to hire an independent investigator. My experience with local investigators have led me to believe they ignore certain leads or they just busy or don't have the resources. Was there a story in the news, things like that, and something is going on because when I told the police certain things, the investigation stopped. Right. Let's see. All right, here we go. Okay, let's do that again. Make sure this works. I'm going to shorten the link a little bit. So there's something you could do with links is that you could shorten a link. I know this from different marketing stuff that I did. And I'm about to put the link to the affidavit in the chat, okay? All right. Okay. Copy. Make sure it works. Okay. Alrighty. Hold on. Do this again as I copied this other thing, but now we're going to go here. Okay, thanks to the patience. Patience. Okay. Let's do it like this. One more time. All right, Rebel. Okay, Rebel. Thank you. So, also, basically, we have. I think that's what happened. They suspected, but the tie they couldn't. Rita, it's okay. It's okay if things go off topic, and this is a very important matter that I take seriously. And I do criminology research all day at the trial chats. So this is a very serious situation. And, I'm glad that you mentioned this, and hopefully, we can get to the bottom of what happened. And I'm glad that Rebel's providing the information. Poisoning would lead me to believe it was a woman or someone close to her in a relationship, just thinking out loud. I believe my former wife was being poisoned by her ex husband. She was real sick till she finally got away from him way before I met her, but when she told me how it was, it seemed to make sense. Alright, so thank you, Rebel, for talking to her about it. I appreciate that. Alright, this next part of the document. At the CBI Forensics Lab, redacted, project involved reviewing qualification data and the vestibular swabs while reviewing data with the CBI FL science work books. Notice specific data was missing and brought this to the attention of the CBI Forensic Lab management. Daughter was poisoned with antifreeze. Ooh. Okay, thank you for letting us know. Yeah, that's really messed up, Rita. Doctor no Dear Yoshida stated the case involving the missing data was completed by the CBI FL scientist Missy Woods. Once they were mad aware of this information, they launched the internal investigation and began reviewing all of Wood's DNA cases. Dear Yoshida advised several more instances of deleted or altered data were located within Wood's DNA workbooks. Dear Yoshida advised the majority of the deleted and or altered data was primarily in low level DNA samples. Furthermore, Yoshida explained the DNA laboratory reports that Woods provides, which are also provided to law enforcement agencies in prosecuting attorney's office, were misrepresenting information in some of these investigative cases. I didn't know that, Rebel. Thank you for sharing. I didn't know that. It was a common way. To understand the tensions, the deletions, or alternations of data, we had to gain a better understanding of how DNA analysis is conducted. In short, DNA analysis is broken up into six parts. Identifying bodily fluids, blood, semen, saliva, and examination or screening of the item. This step identifies areas of interest, staining, and prepares the sample of for the DNA analyst. If the sample was submitted on a swab, cuttings are taken from swabs at this time. This step is performed through a visual examination followed by the use of different light sources as well as chemical color changing tests. DNA extraction. This step will isolate DNA from all the other cellular components and other debris that is present on the sample. This step performed with the specific chemicals that assist the breaking open cells and targeting the DNA. The work is commonly done by robotic instruments capable of moving liquid from one tube to the next. The DNA qualification, this step primarily determines how much DNA is present in the sample. This step can also indicate if there is a mixture of a male and female sample, a female DNA. However, male DNA, or if there are inhibitors or level of degradation of the sample. These values are all important when preparing the sample for the next steps with the main goal of targeting the most complete DNA profile from the sample. Most labs use this step to determine downstream processing techniques used and approximately analyze the sample. This step performed with the specific chemicals and robotic instrument. DNA amplification. This step takes DNA samples and makes millions of copies of the same profile present in the same aging against the target of the complete profile. This step is performed with specific chemicals and robotic instruments. Rebel says it's a miracle that this lady was discovered if it wasn't for the intern program. DNA detection analysts. This step allows a DNA scientist to visualize the DNA profile from the first time. The step requires a genetic analyzer robotic instrument. The chemicals used in this step have specific tags that attach themselves to areas on the DNA. When the tags pass through the instrument, it counts how many tags each area which makes up the DNA profile. Interpretation. This step is a manual interpretation by a trained DNA scientist, but can also be performed by software if available at the lab. The scientist can make determination of how many contributors are present in the DNA sample, and then if the comparison includes or excludes can be made against the sample. All DNA samples evidence are known samples follow these same steps. DNA testing is a human specific, meaning the testing chemicals used only detect human DNA will not reach with other types of DNA. The area on the DNA is targeted by these chemicals are present in every person, and the number of tags counted for each person varies unless the person has identical twin, therefore identical DNA. If the proper steps protocols are followed for each samples where DNA is present, the DNA profile will be detected each time they are performed. These reasons are why this type of DNA testing disused for identification. It's reliable, reproducible, unique individuals. Once DNA testing is complete, a scientist will prepare a laboratory report advising other findings. These reports are signed by scientists and forwarded requesting law enforcement agencies and prosecutors, attorney's office. Law enforcement relies on the reports to further the investigation. In addition to these reports are often used as official documents in counter proceedings and testified by scientists. Rita, I had to make the decision to take her off life support, but I don't want to talk about it anymore on the stream. Alien Spaceship has a lot of knowledge, and he is why we are here. Understood, Rita. Thank you. On November 21, 2023, Special Agents Palmer and George, along with SDDCI Forensic Laboratory Director Christina Fryer, conducted an interview with Jennifer Malone, who is the DNA Program Manager for the CBI Forensics Lab. Program Manager Malone informed the investigative team that intern Redacted was assigned a data mining project for the CBI Forensic Lab. Malone advised was specific reviewing qualification data and vestibular swabs within the historical sexual A case. PM Malone explained how Redacted simply reviewed prior to CBI DNA scientist caseworker and copied the qualification values onto a spreadsheet for later comparison. PM Malone advised in September 2023 she was contacted by CBI DNA technical leader Jamie Walsh regarding an issue with intern Redacted observed while working on the data mining project. Redacted located particular sample where the male cycle threshold value was noted, but there was no male qualification value listed. Palma Future advised there can not be a male CT value without qualification value, the specific sample in the question. Rebel says the lady was also an expert witness in countless cases. She was considered a superstar of her field. Well, Rebel, it looks like she's like the pillar. And if the pillar is going to go down, then that means that pretty much the whole thing is lost. Rita says, that came out wrong. I meant that alien spaceship has a lot of knowledge about the subject he is talking about. Thank you. Thank you, Rita. Thank you. Was identified as being processed by DNA analyst Missy Wood. Missy Wood's PM Malone advised the contact by manufacturer in equipment utilized for the testing and confirmed it is not possible to have CT value without an associated qualification value or vice versa. PM Malone advised specific missing qualification value was processed by analyst Woods in 2018 after ruling out the possibility of instrument and qualification kit error. An examination was conducted into the DNA workbooks belonging to analyst Woods surrounding this time frame in 2018. PM Malone explained how the CT qualification values are results that are provided directly from the instrument and copied directly into the Excel workbook. DNA scientist analysts then evaluate the data within the workbook to determine whether additional work is needed. PM Malone stated that the values copied from the instrument into scientist workbooks should not be manipulated, changed, or deleted. Also, something I forgot to maybe, let's see. Oh, wait. I got it right here. PM Malone and her team identified multiple discrepancies within the analyst Woods DNA workbook. Those discrepancies include regnant blanks. PM Malone explained a regnant blank is something created in all types of DNA extractions and is a critical part of their. Yes, absolutely. That's just crazy. She deleted all that DNA. That this is crazy. She set the whole world ablaze. Now made it complex like a maze. Reagent. 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 Thanks, Rebel. Reagent blanks. PM Malone explained the reagent blanks is something created in all types of DNA extractions and critical part of the quantity control process. The reagent blank is utilized to determine the amount of contamination throughout the entire DNA analyst process. The same reagent blank is used for the extraction to the qualification to amplification. Once the DNA is extracted, it is assigned a qualification value to identify the specific amount of DNA identification. It is amplified to obtain a DNA contamination is identified a scientist would have essentially start the process all over again, ensure integrity of the entire process. Thank you, Rita. I do stories. I sometimes on the stream read stories, and also I have videos up right now of me reading stories. For instance, there's this video, the AI horror story, that a series I have been doing, and I recently uploaded a new copy of it. I'll put the link in there and in the chat of one of the stories I recently did. All right. Okay, Rita. Here is a story I did. Let's see if it. I'm just testing out the link again. That's one of the stories that I did. All right. Specific to reagent blanks, some of the analyst Woods cases were identified as having a CT value listed by the qualification value identified. The qualification value is based on the CT, so if there is a CT value, no one qualifies. No qualification value, it had to be manually deleted. Somewhat similarly, cases were identified as having a qualification value, but no CT value. CT is a value assigned once a specific sample passes the cycle threshold. CT, as stated above, if one exists, so does the other, therefore. The only way for one of the values to be missing from the Excel workbook would be the scientist manually delete it. Both the CT and qualification values are provided directly from the instrument, imported directly into the scientist workbook. Altering the reagent qualification value, there were several instances observed where analyst Woods manipulated data by lowering qualification value to make it appear that either no DNA was present or amount of DNA. Every case nowadays is super dependent on DNA. Right. Located was too minimal to be amplified. There were also instances where analysts would change the value to regnant blank to indicate no contamination was found rather than documenting and reporting the contamination. Analyst Woods manipulated the workbook to appear as though no contamination was present, but changing the values of 0 to zero or adding zeros after the decimal to reduce the value and therefore conceal locations that her testing may have been contaminated. Batches of DNA run multiple times throughout the instrument, raw data obtained from the instrument indicating the analyst Woods reran the entire batches of DNA. The purpose of the tactic would get a different result that would require troubleshooting. Did not Analyst Woods did not provide documentation and notification regarding the rerunning of the samples. It was discovered that value were present when both batches were first run. However, those values were manipulated, changed when the batch was processed throughout the instrument a second time. Rita says, "You have an amazing voice. You are going to go far with that and your intelligence." Thank you, Rita. I really appreciate that because I have put a lot of work and effort into this. And I really, think that it's great to see other people appreciate the work that I do because I put a lot, into this. So I'm really glad, Rita, you came to this channel and you're chatting with us. I'm really blessed that you and the others are here. DNA samples. Oh, Lord. Analyst Woods completed the analyst. However, she deleted specific values indicating no male DNA was found within the sample, which was not the case. Deleted values were located within other cases that were processed within the same batch. When the deleted values were reinserted and analysts analyzed, small amounts of male DNA were noted in several of the cases. The report analyst Woods submitted to agencies that requested DNA testing reflected no male DNA found when, in fact, male DNA was present. PM Maloney, or Malone, advised once a scientist finished analyzing a DNA batch, their workbook is submitted for technical review. This process is completed by other DNA scientists within CBI. PM Malone advised that most of the discrepancies found in the analyst case work would not have been located during the review process because analyst Wood's report only reflected altered missing data. PM Malone's team compared the raw data from the instrument to the reports submitted by analyst Woods only after being altered by the discrepancy found by intern redacted and discovered the other discrepancies. On December 5, 2023, Special Agents Palmer and George conducted an interview with Kiffin Champlin, a forensic scientist for the CBI's forensic lab, who worked with analyst Woods. Forensic scientist Champlin formed the investigative team about an incident that occurred in 2018 when she was reviewing analyst Woods' casework. Analyst Woods had a rush case, a case where there is urgency, a complete testing for a respective law enforcement agency. FS Champlin, reviewing a batch of notes, and noted the analyst Woods performed a qualification of data set by one of the laboratory robots where there was a potential contamination of one of the region blanks, of the reagent blanks. Investigators note the qualifications of data represent the amount of DNA present in a sample. A regnant blank is part of the control process when extracting samples using a robot. It will have a reagent blank for the different types of extractions done. In a specific case, there will be a reagent blanks those samples, and those reagent blanks should not contain DNA contamination. Concealing contamination is likely intended to obscure the need to troubleshoot and potentially retest the sample. Rita says, my husband and I hear you call on ABL. We always comment to each other that you are highly intelligent, and we look forward to you calling in. Well, shout out to you and to your husband. I'm really appreciate that. Because, calling in, I've been calling for a couple of years now, and it does take patience sometimes. And, it means a lot for that. So much. And I'm glad that you like the calls. Because I say what I think, and I do not, I say and stay true to myself. And to see the impact that I've made with the help of ABL with the show is, is a great thing that in my life that the dots connected correctly, and I followed my heart and my path to go down there. And I remember I saw ABL's channel when it was the election of 2020, and I went and saw him for a moment and subscribed to him, and then I kept seeing him pop up in the live streams. I didn't know what days he went live, and I was looking all over. Then I went there consistently all this time since. So yeah, it's, I'm glad that you both enjoy my calls. FS Champlin noticed how Analyst Woods then performed a requalification of the sample. This was set up manually by Analyst Woods, which was required by the laboratory standards at the time. FS Champlin reviewed the requalification sample for the contamination. She noticed it had a cycle threshold of CT value. However, there was no qualification value, which is not possible without manipulation. Based of these findings, FS Champlin believed Analyst Woods purposely removed the data that would have shown contamination. Upon discovering this, FS Champlin asked Jennifer Dahberg, who is another DNA forensic scientist in the lab, to review what the FS Champlin was observing. FS Dahberg agreed with what was observed. FS Champlin explained to the investigative team how the data that is exported from the instrument is imported to the Excel document. To verify her findings, she went back to the instrument and re-exported the raw data. FS Champlin wanted to verify that the data was coming off the instrument and what data was manipulated by Analyst Woods and batch notes. Champlin observed there were qualification values coming from the instrument. However, those qualification values were not present in Analyst Wood's workbook. Based off the discovery, F.S. Champlin believes Analyst Woods purposely deleted specific qualification values in order to skip amping of the particular sample in which have been required. Investigators note original data from the instrument is unable to be edited, and that the data was compared to the data Analyst Woods submitted to the F.S. Champlin. There was difference in the data that came from the instrument and the data Analyst Woods provided in the F.S. Champlin, indicating Analyst Woods deleted or altered the data after the export from the instrument. The amping process takes additional time, which could lead to more testing, which in turn will delay the overall results in a case. Once Champlin, F.S. Champlin, confirmed the findings, she informed the Analyst Woods that she was unable to sign off her batch notes. F.S. Champlin explained the Analyst Woods that she knew she had deleted qualification values, and Analyst Woods would have to go. Back and reamp the reagent blanks. After explaining to her what she had discovered, Analyst Woods didn't say anything and had befuddled look on her face. The next day, F.S. Champlin met with the management team at the forensic lab, informed them of her findings. After that meeting, F.S. Champlin was at her desk when Analyst Woods approached her. Analyst Woods informed her how she had made necessary corrections and made the comment, I made my bed and now I have to lay in it. Scared. On December 5, 2023, Special Agents Palmer and George conducted an interview with forensic scientist Jennifer Dahlberg. F.S. Dahlberg reported that in March of 2014, she reviewed a set of Analyst Woods batch notes. During the review of F.S. Dahlberg noted the particular sample within the batch that contained a CT cycle threshold value but no qualification value. F.S. Dahlberg explained how when a batch is processed by the DNA instrument, the instrument will assign both qualification and CT values, and Dahlberg was aware that the CT value could not identify without the qualification value and found this concerning. Rebel says, this lady is crazy. She knew what she was doing. I agree, Rebel. A mass scandal on this scale is absurd. I think it's completely absurd to do this. That she had to have done it on purpose. There's no way, a broad scale of this large, this would happen. In my opinion. A further review into the sample was done by F.S. Dahlberg and was identified as a female reference sample that had a very low male qualification, and the 2014 scientists were required to amplify all female references that had male qualification value within the male amplification kit called Y filler. After defining this issue, F.S. Dahlberg brought the case to her technical leader, TL. The TL instructed F.S. Dahlberg to show the analyst Woods the sample, advise her of the missing data, and tell her to make the proper corrections to include further amplification. F.S. Dahlberg advised analyst Woods and did not ask the questions to provide any explanation as to why the data was missing when confronted. Analyst Woods ultimately corrected the data. It amplifies the same appropriety. F.S. Dahlberg advised the qualification and CT values are listed on an Excel documentation is completely editable. Of F.S. Dahlberg stated there are only two reasons the values would be missing. One, if someone deliberately deleted the data, or two, if someone accidentally deleted the data within the cell containing the qualification of, or CT values. On December 6, 2023, Special Agents Palmer and George conducted an interview with the Marko Kotovic, who is a forensic scientist. CBI Forensic Lab worked directly with analyst Woods. FS Kotovic is also an FA Forensic Advantage. Rebel says she thought no one would ever check her work and just take her word for it. I know. These people, the narcissism of these people, they think that they're untouchable, but they're not. Administrator for the lab as an FA administrator, FS Kokovatovic has the ability to remove files from the lab object respiratory LOR. FS Kokotovic informed the investigative team how analyst Woods would often approach him and request he deleted certain files in the LOR. Some of the types of FLs she asked to have deleted were batched noted files. When asked why she would request to have files deleted, FS Kotovic said she would tell him things like this is getting messy, or there's too many versions. Will you just delete this for me and I'll upload the most current one? FS Kokotovic advised there were also occasions analyst Woods requested files to be deleted without giving an explanation or a simple stating, quote, I put the wrong one in there. He rarely questioned her about her reasoning for wanting the files deleted because it was not an uncommon request for scientists, and he believed she had a good reason for doing so. There were also instances where she asked to delete CODIS files from time to time because she said she uploaded the wrong one. She didn't upload the wrong one. What wrong one? That makes no sense. FS Kokotovic advised other administrators at the lab to have access to delete files. he said, but I think she would pretty much ask me all the time because we were in the same discipline and it was easy. FS stated the requests to delete files were not well documented in the past. However, now we're supposed to do the LIMS workflow. Woods was always pretty resistant to doing that because it's a pain, so a lot of times she wouldn't do a workflow. On April 18, 2024, special agents Palmer and George conducted an interview with Missy Woods at Jefferson County Sheriff's Office. The interview was both audio and video recorded. Analyst Wood attorney Ryan Broccoli was also present throughout the interview. The following is from the interview with her. Following introductions, analyst Woods advised she began her forensic career with the Wyoming DCI Forensic Lab in 1988, where she worked for 5 years, and she then worked for Dallas County, Texas Crime Lab. For 9 months, analyst Woods accepted a position with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation in 1994 as criminalist 2, specializing in serology, hair, and fiber examination and crime investigates. She remained with CBI until her remnant in 2023. Investigator note: per CBI records, analyst Woods was employed by CBI as a scientist from January 1, 1994 to November 6, 2023. During this time, she worked at the Denver Regional Laboratory. This laboratory was located at 690 Kipling Avenue, Lakewood, Colorado, until April 15, 2016, when the laboratory moved to 6000 W 54th Avenue. Both laboratory locations are located within the country of the state of Colorado. Alright, I'm going to read 2 more pages and that'll be it for tonight. And we'll look into this more tomorrow. Analyst Woods explained how the work of the laboratory... A completely incompetent rebel, absolutely. Analyst Woods explained how the work of the laboratory varied based on the number of samples and additional prep work needed. She further explained how each sample needed to be prepared and recorded. A typical batch would consist of approximately 96 total samples. To include control samples, Analyst Woods continued to explain if one of the samples within the batch was determined to be contaminated, the entire batch would need to be reanalyzed. Rebel says, I'm going to have to bounce. That's a good place to end it. You can pick it up tomorrow. It would be nice to hear that interview. I've heard some of it. Right, Rebel. All right. Also, good night to you, Rebel. Thank you for coming to the chat. Nice to hear the interview. Analyst Woods stated that the CBI laboratory utilized the laboratory information management system LIMS creations to Excel workbook with different tabs. Bottom, each tab contains different data penetrating to sample and batch. The data is uploaded into the workbook directly from the instrument of the further analyzed by scientists. Rita says it's almost hard to believe that there are people who have such a self worth in their own nefarious ways that they think they will get away with evil. Right, because what's done in the darkness will be brought into light. Jesus said about how, all these people, like, the things done in darkness will be brought to the light, and how, was the pride ended in shame, and they didn't even do a good job of trying to stop it, either. Analyst Woods advised the workbook documentation everything scientists do to include reagents, use the type extraction, hair, bone, semen controls, along with summary of the samples extract qualification steps, result in the qualification of what samples were being taken for the DNA extraction, the workbook with documentation review process, and any additional steps taken. Upon the review, she further advised the workbook became more sensitive and discriminating over the state she had gone to the point of proceeding. Analyst Wood stated once the batch was running through the instrument, the results were uploaded directly into the workbook. She stated results would be undergo both batch review and overall case review process. Analyst Woods also asked for errors or corrections were often identified during the review process. She advised the batch review, including the interpretation of all the data analyzed. Therefore, the reviewing scientists may request clarification from the original scientists as to why they do or do not do something. She said the reviewer could not note corrections needed to the workbook. Return to the file scientist. They may simply email the technical review tab within the workbook in case the return of the scientist. Once correction scientists return the workbook, original reviewer, if available, she advised some of the common reasons of batch cases would return to include noting expired reagent blanks, maintenance, and being compelled on the instrument of falling amplify something. She further advised the scientists review and could not agree to analysts. It would be brought attention to DNA technical leader. All right. We're about to end it in a moment. I'm going to read just one more paragraph of this, and tomorrow I'm going to read back through this for the other chat that'll be here tomorrow. Well, technically tonight. One more paragraph, then we'll be done. Analyst Woods advised that she reviewed both batch notes and overall case work for a variety of scientists. Throughout her career, she referenced to several things she looks for while reviewing other scientists' work and stated, "It's a computer program. It's not always right. It's almost always right, but sometimes there might be something that wasn't intuitive, and we'd have to go back to do the troubleshooting." All right. Okay. You're welcome, Rebel. All right, everybody. Well, we'll go over that again tomorrow for the chat that's going to be here. And Rebel, thank you for sending the links and being here, and everybody else that's here. And I want to thank everybody, for being here and interacting with the stream. And Rita, I appreciate your very kind, encouraging thoughts There's a lot of haters on the platform, so I appreciate when somebody says something cool about me. There's a lot of people that say good things about me, but I'm thankful for the fans. Also, I want to say that it will be ending the stream. All right, peace. And also, I wish all of you have a good night. Thank you all for coming. Take care, and peace. Those are my balloons that pop up.